We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dancaplislaw.com.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Plenty of sunshine to get you started for this Friday. We're going to see a slight cool down, temperatures in the low 70s today with more clouds by this afternoon and a very small chance for a couple of storms. I'm Box 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the first black actor to receive an Academy Award for Best Actor, Sidney Poitier. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The top UN court has ordered Israel to immediately halt its military offensive in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The International Court of Justice, however, has stopped short of ordering an immediate ceasefire. While the ruling is a blow to Israel's international standing, it is expected to be ignored. An American arrested in Turks and Caicos has received a fine only, no prison time, after customs agents found ammunition in his luggage, a violation of the island's strict gun laws. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Brian Hagerich has been given a sentence that was originally read out as 52 weeks in custody, but that sentence has been suspended. What the judge came out and said in her ruling is that she did not think that the punishment that was levied by this mandatory minimum sentence, he was facing 12 years, she didn't think that was fair.
New records being set this Memorial Day weekend. On Thursday, the TSA had its second busiest day ever. Severe weather could stall some plans for people, however, flying out today. This is ABC News. A championship team is headed to the White House.
President Biden will host the Kansas City Chiefs at the White House next Friday to celebrate their Super Bowl championship. This is the second time they've been honored at the Biden White House. The Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year. They're the first team to win back-to-back championships since the New England Patriots back in 2004. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
A group of black residents in Tyrell County, North Carolina, are demanding removal of a 122-year-old monument outside a county courthouse. The 23-foot-tall statue of a Confederate soldier rests on a base featuring a bust of Robert E. Lee, along with the inscription, "In appreciation of our faithful slaves." The statue parking protests for decades, one of the plaintiffs calling it the only place in America where you can go to a courthouse and see a public expression in support of slavery. She says it's long past time for the statue to come down. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 54 points, S&P up 31. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more equal. You worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward and forward. We don't see all the masks you wear, but we hope you can set some aside. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your past, your fears, or your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see hope, a path forward, a future. We see all veterans. We see you. An opportunity to help you achieve a new mission, whatever that may be. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit MakeTheConnection.net.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The holiday travel rush is on across Colorado, and that means the roads are busier than ever. AAA's Skylar McKinley.
Overall travel numbers are up 4% over last year. We are up 2.33% over 2019, which signals a real rebound from the pandemic.
He says to expect a near record number of people to pack up for a long Memorial Day weekend getaway. The State Department of Transportation expects westbound I-70 to be the most crowded today. The eastbound side on Monday. I-25 predicted to have the worst traffic Sunday afternoon between Fort Collins and Denver. All road construction is pausing for the holiday weekend and will continue Tuesday morning. A newly installed traffic camera in Morrison has caught 10,000 speeding drivers in just 2 weeks. Not all 10,000 drivers will be cited, though. Each traffic violation has to be reviewed and certified by Morrison Police and the camera's third-party vendor before citations can be issued. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Calming down throughout the Denver metro. A couple sore spots remain into downtown. I-25 southbound. Still seeing some congested traffic. After an earlier accident, we're seeing slow traffic from about I-70 to Alameda and about 10 minutes of delays for our downtown drivers. Heading east off Highway Chambers Road northbound. A crash before 35th Place. Heading out west into the high country. I-70 eastbound. After US 6 base of Floyd Hill, a disabled vehicle in the right lane. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 70 degrees, overnight low of 49. Those clouds rolling in, bringing scattered thunderstorms throughout the Front Range tomorrow, high 75. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2024.
A lot to celebrate this month. Graduations, barbecues, and warm weather ahead. Let's do it in a clean home with the pros at Zero Res. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I love Zero Res. No soaps, no chemicals, no dirt-attracting residue left behind. Rave reviews, including mine. Get Zero-Fied now. $109 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Finally, a plumbing and HVAC company with great service and the lowest prices. Master Services has new air conditioning systems starting at under $3,000. Master Services also saves people a minimum of 30% on sewer line repairs. They've been on Tom Martino's referral list for more than 20 years. So for great service and the guaranteed lowest pricing, call Master Services 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406, or online masterrooter.plumbing. Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Because everything is still expensive. You got that right. You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
That's me. I'm Tom Martino at the mothership today. It's Friday. I got a bunch of degenerates in the studio. Oh, I mean, my guests. Sometimes I say things out loud I don't mean to. Anyway, we got Kevin Calkin, a wonderful man from Sheridan Auto Tech. We have Rod over from JFR Cars, Rod Greer, and he brought someone with him who's a leasing expert. Has been doing it 40-some-odd years, and it's Bob Perry. We're going to talk about leasing a little. You know, there's so much confusion as to what's better, leasing or buying. I say nothing's better. It's whatever you need and whatever fits your needs. But we'll talk about the pitfalls of both. 303-713-TALK. Remember, nothing is ever good and bad. Oh, wow. Let me qualify that. Nothing is ever as bad or as good as people say. There's always some in between, right? 303-713-TALK. And that goes for the presidential candidates. Can you believe this is the best we can do as a country? But in any case, I think we'd have better chances doing an American Idol type of a competition. Who wants to be president? Wouldn't that be cool? So we ask candidates from all over the country, and we do a regular tryout. The problem is getting the judging panel. That would be the problem. What would we do for a judging panel? Maybe we get 6 federal judges, 3 liberal and 3 conservative. And then the contestants come in around the country, and then we go to the show in Hollywood, and then we drill down like American Idol. And then we get to vote at the end for the last 2 or 3. And then we pick our president. I'll bet you we'd have better people than we do now, because there would be no spending of money. It wouldn't be the richest guy gets it or the richest gal gets it. Maybe we even have a talent competition, along with the speeches.
Yeah, well, the party is who picks now. We don't have any pick.
Yeah, unless you're a party. Yeah. Here's the deal. Really, to a T, I swear to God, I've never heard anyone who said, not one person, well, maybe Mark is satisfied with the choices. I don't think he is even.
I love Trump, brother.
I thought he was off, guys. I thought I could talk about him. Now he sneaks in there. Listen, I'm saying
I love how you talk out of both sides of your mouth when it comes to these.
Here's what I'm saying.
The one is a total loser.
You didn't let me finish.
He can barely walk.
No,
the other
look,
one
I think
did great things for the country.
The point I'm making, Mark, this is the point, is that I believe most people, I could be wrong, but I believe most people don't like that these are the choices. But they will pick one, yes. They do have a preference, and many of them, whatever. But I do believe they'd rather have 2 other people.
Who would you pick, bro?
I believe that they would want 2 other people.
Glanced right over it.
It's glossed right over it, but...
No, you glanced over it.
No, I glossed over it, but Mark is the man of mixed metaphors, but I like it. I've been with him for so many years, I've gotten used to it. In fact, if he started speaking properly, I would die. It would denote a really big change in the election. Hey, Mark, do you think most people, seriously, as an aside, do you think most people like the choices?
I think Trump knocked it out of the park in the Bronx last night.
Oh,
I
he
think
did.
25,000 people showed up in the bluest of blue. I think the guy has more followers than probably any other president ever.
Okay. All right. The polls are showing dead even.
No, they're not. Not even close in swing states. He's up 10, 12 points.
Okay.
It's going to be a massacre.
Okay. Hey, let's go to the phones. Because, again, I don't want people to think my approach to talking about this indicates my preference, because it doesn't.
What is your preference?
Why should I say? People don't care.
Well, everybody knows you like Biden.
For sure, I think he's a buffoon. Okay, that's for sure. But I kind of think, never mind.
He's a good buffoon.
No, I don't think he's a good buffoon.
Tom,
I don't like Biden at all. I think he's a buffoon.
But the thing that's scary is I think Kamala is even scarier than Biden is.
But remember when I said nothing is ever as bad or as good? That goes for the economy. I know a lot of people say it's bad, yet I know people who don't know what to do with all the business. Now, interest rates are high, and inflation is not totally under control. Listen, I don't want to talk about it because, again, people who think, never mind. First of all, I truly do believe this, and I mean this sincerely. Nobody gives a good, what I think anyway, and I'm not going to change any minds, so what difference does it make? Monica now has an issue. It's a probate issue. Let's go to Monica. Hey, Monica. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on, Monica?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's happening?
Okay, short story short. We have my uncle, he passed away in New Mexico, and he had a house here in Denver. My dad was taken care of.
When did he pass away?
In November.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Okay.
My dad is the oldest of the brothers. He had a will, but he did not notarize it.
Well, hold
Now,
on.
he had
The wills don't have to be notarized. He had a will. He died in Mexico, but has a home in Colorado.
Yeah, he died in New Mexico, Taos, New Mexico.
Oh, in New Mexico. And does he have? Did you say he died in New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay,
in
good.
New
I'm sorry.
Mexico,
Okay, good.
Taos.
All right. Anyway, talk about it. What do you want to know?
So, okay, so my dad was taking care. He had a house here also in Denver, Colorado.
So
My
how
dad
many
was taking
houses
care of-
altogether does that make?
He has a house here, and he had a house or property in New Mexico, outside of Taos,
Just
New
two.
Mexico.
Okay, 2 homes. Got it.
Yeah. Okay, so he was been married and divorced. He's been married and divorced twice. Okay, when he was married the first time, he had a daughter from his ex-wife. He paid child support, and he paid child support, and she was on the birth certificate. But years later, my uncle found out, suspected that was not his daughter.
That doesn't matter. None of that matters, because if he has a will, she doesn't have to be left anything.
Right. He had a will, and it was noted, it was dated on 2013, but he did not sign it. But it said he did not have no children.
Wait. So there's an unsigned will somewhere.
Yes, we have the unsigned will.
Well, that's not a will. That's what you call a document that you found.
Right. My uncle found it, but it looked like a will. He had.
Yeah, but there was no indication. How would you prove he signed it? I mean, how would you prove it was his?
Well, my uncle Clyde in New Mexico, the youngest brother, is the one that found it with his paperwork.
Okay, hold on. Here's what I'm going to do, because I don't want to render legal opinions here, and I might be wrong when I tell you. How do we know it's his? It wasn't signed. But what is? We're going to get our attorney on, Kachina, either McKenzie or Keelan Park, either one. I want to know something. What is the issue? What's the main issue?
Okay, the main issue is he had a daughter. A long lost daughter.
And it doesn't matter if he now disavows her, but he had a daughter. What's going on with her?
Well, she's trying to take everything from the family.
Okay.
We did open a probate. She opened a probate in New Mexico in Taos, and
how much is his estate? How much is his estate worth?
The house in Denver,
just
don't know.
all together. What roughly? Like $1 million for everything?
Yeah, probably $1 million for everything.
Okay, now, the only document you found was an unsigned will, right?
Yes.
And in that unsigned will, it says he doesn't have a child, right?
Correct.
But there is a birth certificate with him on it, right?
Correct.
And that birth certificate goes back to when?
The daughter is like 45 years old.
And
now,
was there
19.
anything from the time she was born to the time she was 40 showing that he successfully disavowed her with DNA tests?
No.
Okay. He just suspected. He just
that wasn't
suspected it wasn't his daughter. That's not good enough to be knocked out.
Okay, yeah,
All
'cause
right.
we were asking for a DNA in New Mexico.
No, you don't have to. No one has to do it. If this woman is 40 and he's been on the birth certificate her whole life, trust me, you're not going to make it that difficult. The judge will never, ever, ever. And even if she wasn't, it doesn't matter. The courts have ruled. Sorry, bud. There have been guys who have been paying child support and accepted someone until they found out it wasn't his or hers, or he found out it wasn't his, and then he refused child support, and the court said, sorry, that's still your child. So you're going to have a losing argument there, But I want you to hold, because we'll get our attorney on to talk about this as far as what do you do to prove the will is valid? Because it doesn't matter if there's no will, the daughter's first in line. I think that's the order of succession. His kids and then his siblings, then his parents or something, or his parents' siblings. We'll find out from our attorney. Hang on. 303-713-8255, waterpros.net. You want the best drinking water ever? WaterPros, 862-5554. And when I say that, I mean it. I have the systems. You'll never have better for less money. WaterPros.net. So, Kachina, we'll just get one of those. Now, we're gonna have some fun with Bright.
Look at what's going on.
What is that?
That's the border in California.
Oh, they're
Or in Texas.
How do they know they're cartel smugglers? Fucking De Niro, why don't you just stay out of it? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what's his deal?
Old fucking fart.
Hey, Rod, I just bought a new car. 2024.
I get a kick out of it. He thinks he's such a badass,
29 grand. Is that a good price?
That's about the right price, and I don't know the car exactly, but I think it's about the right price for most.
My next car is going to be EV. That's all there is to it. I'm not getting another. Not because it's not because I'm some big advocate of anything. I just don't like fucking with cars anymore.
Sure.
And my son's car, we've done nothing to it. Nothing. He just drives it. The brakes are brand new. They never use the fucking brakes. I mean, it slows down and stops. There's nothing wrong with that car ever. I mean, every once in a while he takes an update on software. I just never seen something so trouble-free. All the bearings and shit are closed. Everything is sealed. I mean, what is there to mess with?
Is that a Tesla?
Yeah.
You get the little one, right? Yeah. Those are cool.
What year is it?
When he turned 60, I guess. Last year or so, it's 23.
23.
Early 23, maybe. Or we bought it late 22, I think. And whenever he turns 16, he's going to be 18 in November. So 70, yeah, so 22.
22.
He turned 16 November 22, and then we bought it. I got the tax credit that year, and it was a 23.
It's one of the later ones. They're getting better, I suspect.
I don't know what changed, but the only thing that changed is I paid too much.
Yeah.
The prices came down. Pissed me off.
lowering them.
Pissed me the fuck off.
Yeah.
They came way down.
Yeah.
The used price is still
on the electric stuff.
Yeah.
They're dying. Yeah. They're dying.
Well, you mean the used price. They don't hold value.
Right. Right.
I don't know why. Maybe I ought to look. Well, I don't want a used car, but
Is it because of the battery?
I would like to get a used car if somebody hated it and traded in like really soon. That would be good. That would be really good. But I don't want someone's 40,000 mile car.
Yeah, that's true.
But I wouldn't mind like some dude got it and his wife said, I hate it, and they sent it back in 3,000 or 4,000 miles. No, there are some, right?
Oh, yeah.
Especially with electric, more than ever, more than most.
You mean Teslas or just electric in general?
EVs in general, I found on cars.com, there are a lot of them with low miles used. And I think that it's the remorse, like, oh, this isn't what I expected. Although I don't really know what you would like. See, the thing Stephanie didn't like is she said, I don't hear anything. And then she said, it feels weird. It accelerates too fast. I said, well, then don't, because we took my son's car. She hated it. What's there to hate? I mean, you just drive it accordingly.
It's just different.
The one thing that got me, a little tattletale bastard, when I had it, you cannot, if you put your foot on the accelerator and one taps the brake, it just beeps at you because it doesn't want that. Like sometimes in my car, I'll do it now and then. I'll use my left foot. I mean, I do. And, God. See, I'm
Is that
used to
because of the plane
I'm used
thing?
to rudders. I know.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
must be
Stephanie
thinking
says, rudder boy, but
yeah.
I don't know.
My daughter started out driving that way. So
No, it's bad. It's bad. I don't do it all the time, but every now and then.
And so what I did to her, I screamed, "Stop, here comes a car." she slammed on both of them, gas and brake, and that's prevented her once she realized why we don't want her to use 2 feet.
Now, on the, so my son, we're at a restaurant, and he says, watch, and he summoned it. That was pretty cool.
Okay.
That's weird, isn't it?
It comes driving around the parking lot.
Yeah.
Picked him up. I mean,
That's
stopped right in
crazy.
front of him, and I was like, holy shit. It's a little scary.
It's a little,
In fact,
a little creepy, yeah. You look out and your car's following you through the parking lot. No, not now.
now Beamer has an EV, really good. The SUVs are really beautiful, but they seem heavy to me.
What was that one Tom had from Hands?
Oh, I don't remember that. Hi, Tom Martino here. I want to get our attorney. Could you get our attorney on for her? I want to. Monica, we didn't forget. Bailey's next, and we'll talk to her about. And by the way, just for everyone listening, I need to tell you this, okay? We do have an update on the Brighton Police Department. The chief wrote to me, and then I talked again to the consumer, and we talked to District 6, and there's a whole bunch of updates. If you heard yesterday's show about Brighton Police Department and Adams County Sheriff's Department, wait till you want to talk about finger pointing? Oh, my God. But we'll talk about it. Now, I was wrong in calling Brighton a bunch of morons. I think both Brighton and Adams County sheriffs are morons now. So we'll continue with that. So I apologize for not including Adams County. Bailey, what's going on with you? Hi, Bailey.
Hi.
Hi, what's going on?
Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. So you bought a car and you are having a problem?
Yes.
What kind of car is that? She put down a 2018 Subaru. Kachina put that down. Is that what you have?
Yes, sir.
What's the problem?
All of Chomp.
Why?
I really don't know where to start. I've written some stuff down.
All right. So when here, I'm going to help you then. When did you buy it?
A couple years ago, I think.
Did you buy it? It was used then, right?
Yes, I
Okay. So you bought a used 2008. How many miles were on it when you bought it?
I have no idea.
Okay,
sir.
so you bought a used 2018 Subaru and the WRX. And tell me what's wrong with it. You bought it a few years ago. Why are you calling today?
I took my vehicle in for warranty work.
Okay, and you took it into where?
Get Chomp Subaru.
Okay, you took it to shop, and what happened?
There's a lot more. They needed to replace the head gasket and installed it wrong. We all know a blown head gasket is bad.
Yeah.
Because they installed it wrong.
Now, how long did you own it before the head gasket blew?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So when did they replace the head gasket? This year or last year? When?
Last year.
Okay.
It was there. It's been there since like October.
Wait a minute. Is it still there?
Yes, sir.
No. You took your car in October to Schomp, and it's still there?
Yes, sir.
Why?
And that is a good question, sir. I actually have the text messages from them admitting they installed it wrong. However, they refused to fix it. There are mistakes that ruined my car.
Wait a minute.
And
Wait a minute.
I paid
Why did you
$7,000.
say in 2018, okay, we have 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So why was it under warranty In October of 2023?
It was warranty work, yes, sir.
In October? Guys, does that sound right? A 5-year-old car?
Well, it depends totally on mileage, too.
Well, but,
yeah, but
what are the Subaru
some
warranties?
extended warranties can go over 5 years, yeah.
Does it have an extended warranty, Bailey, or a regular one?
It was warranty work, sir. And then there's so much more.
Okay, hold on. You know what? We need to talk to her off the air. She doesn't seem to have a grasp on the specifics she wants us to handle. Doc, do you want to call her? Kachina, Doc's here. Do we have anyone else on the phone on hand? Is Deputy Gearhead around? Here's why. I just want to get so she's not under the pressure of the show, because we do have time constraints. And I just want to get, what is she calling about now? What can we do for her? I mean, it's good enough to tell us my car's been in there since 2023, fall, and I'd like to know what's going on with it. I mean, okay. But it may not be covered under warranty. I mean, there are times if you overheated a car, there would be times warranty wouldn't cover that.
Yeah, different abuse and everything else, absolutely.
So hang on, Bailey. We'll have someone talk to you. 303-713-TALK. Jan's turn. Jan wants to talk about airlines. Jan, what's happening?
Yeah, hi, Tom.
What's happening?
So this is an issue with the companion pass promotion with Southwest Airlines.
Now, what does that mean? Oh, companion. What kind of promotion was it?
Well, every now and then they come out and say if you book a flight or rent a flight within these certain dates and fly it, then down the road during specified dates you can take a companion with you on a trip for free.
Okay. So what happened?
So, well, in the provisions of the terms of the promotion is you have to book within the dates that they say. You have to fly those flights within the certain time period, and you can't make any changes.
Okay.
And the changes that they talk about are, changing the date of travel and some other things. But anyway, I bought the fare, the Want to Getaway fare that allows you to make a same-day change, switch to a different flight same day, and get a confirmed booking. And I had already met all the other terms of the promotion, and on the day of my travel for my second flight, my qualifying flight, I wanted to change to a different flight. And I called in and said, I just want to make sure this isn't going to infringe on my...
Well, hold on. Didn't you tell me the rules say that you can make a change on the same day?
The fare that I bought allows that.
Yeah, but the promotion may not allow it, right?
Well, that's what they told me. But when I go back to the terms and conditions of the promotion, it doesn't say anything in the language about getting disqualified for the promotion if you make a change to a different flight on the day of travel.
Yeah, but okay, hold on, Jan. And it may not say if you make a change during the day, or it has to be at night, or it has to be, with blue ink. I mean, what I'm getting at is they don't have to say each and every circumstance as long as they say no changes. Is there anywhere in the terms and conditions that says once you make a reservation for the companion promotion, you can't make changes?
It spells out, it identifies certain changes.
What?
And I'm not looking at it right. I sent that in to you when I sent the email.
Wait. Do I have that email? I want to look at it. Hold on. Kachina, do you have his email? Hold on. I'll look at it, okay? Because, as I said, he's saying because it listed changes, he stayed within those bounds, but there was a change he did make that wasn't listed. So this is going to make some interpretation. But here, I want to get to the bottom line here, though. So let's just speed forward. I will look at those conditions because that could be a good case for us to make, or for small claims court, and they will give in, by the way. But, Jan, I want to know something. What is the consequence? They did not allow the companion and you had to pay?
Well, I didn't get that far, okay? So what peeved me is I paid more for a fare that I couldn't use. You know, they said, well, you can make the change, but you just get disqualified. And I said, well, if I knew that up front, then I wouldn't have booked the fare that allowed changes. I would just book the lowest fare. So now I have overpaid for something.
I get it. So did you take the flight?
Really
Did you take the flight or not?
Yeah, and I stuck with the original flight. I didn't make a change.
And so you paid more.
And then
so you're saying I paid more for it because and you got the companion too, right?
I did. Well,
But
yeah, I did end up.
I understand. Your argument is you paid for a flight that allowed changes on purpose so you could have a change. And when you made the change, they said your companion would not qualify, so you went back to the original, more expensive fare. I get it. Now you're saying, had you known, you wouldn't have gotten the expensive fare. That is going to be one hell of a trail to try to figure out and try to get money back. Are you saying you want the difference between the more expensive fare and the lower fare because you thought you could make a change and keep your companion, but because you could not keep your companion and you could not go back to the original fare, you were forced to fly on a more expensive fare? Good luck trying to talk to a judge about that, or even us. I mean, really, that's going to be, do you have any proof that they told you you could not take the flight?
You know, it was a phone call.
But Jan, that's you do understand. But you do understand how difficult it will be to make that argument. You do understand it. Like, here's what you're saying: I got the companion fare. They would honor the companion fare, but I could not make changes. Had I known I could not make this change, I wouldn't have bought this ticket. And because I bought this ticket and I was forced to use the companion, I paid more for this ticket than I should have. So what's the price difference between the ticket that allowed the change on the day of travel and the ticket that did not? What was the price change?
I have to look it up. It wasn't all that much. But Tom, that's not my argument. I'm not looking for
Wait a minute.
refund.
What is your argument then? I'm more puzzled. So what are you calling about? I do want to help, but I need to know what you're calling about.
You need to look at the email I sent because.
All right, I'm going to look at the email, and I hope it's more clear. You know, seriously, didn't he make a point that he ended up with a more expensive ticket? Did he make that point?
That's what I heard.
Okay, so that's what I thought the issue was. Excuse me for listening. We got more coming up. What the fuck?
It's total. But then he said that's not the issue.
I know.
He just said that, right?
Yeah.
I need the email. I need his email because I don't see it.
It is. I just forwarded it to you.
Okay.
You have it. You also have the response from Brighton.
What? I had that before, yeah.
No.
A new one?
He sent another response declining our invitation to be on the show.
They let that guy in Turks and Caicos go home finally. Did you hear about it? He had ammunition in his luggage from a hunting trip or something. He didn't know it was in there. They never said how much. And it's illegal to take it into the country.
He's like the third person.
Third American, yeah.
I mean, how stupid can you be?
Well, apparently pretty stupid.
TheArtOfGranite.com. That's the place you go if you're looking for countertops. They do more than granite. The name's The Art of Granite. Here's what I love about them. Listen to this. They've gathered a lot of remnants over the years, and now they said, we need to get rid of these remnants. Some of them are as big as a slab, almost, like 3/4. They could do a small kitchen counter. They could do some vanities, bar tops, whatever. Here's the deal. If you go with their remnant pile, you get all the material free. All you pay for is fabrication and installation. Now, whether you're going for the remnants or a regular counter, here's the point. You get a price on the phone, they're proud of their deals. Call them right now, 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919. You heard me right, free materials, theartofgranite.com. So,
you can understand the first guy, but then the next two who knew about it, I mean, just how stupid can you be?
it's just tough to travel right now out of the country.
Yeah, but you gotta, you know.
I had a patient who married somebody who owned a couple of restaurants in Turk and Caicos.
Mm-hmm.
This kid, she was 22 years old. Her job was the best job in the world. She was a secret buyer for Club Med. So she would go to all these Club Meds, and then she would write a report on the, on the facility. But can you imagine, at 22 years old, you just go to all these Club Meds for free, and all you have to do is write a report?
It would be nice.
Has to be the best job in the world.
Free travel. How's business your way, Kevin?
Not bad, not bad. We're just having to work harder getting a full day than we've had in a while.
Okay.
You know, we're not slammed, backed up, 2 weeks from tomorrow, kind of like we got used to.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Thought people were keeping their cars a little bit longer.
No, they are, but the spend, I think, is starting to...
Inflation.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I think it's part of it.
That's the one thing that everybody feels.
Yeah.
Whether you're rich or poor. Now,
Well,
people don't care about it as much.
That's
but,
true.
But
we
we all
blue
feel it.
collar, when their rent is 25, 28,
Yeah.
$3 grand a month, and
Mm-hmm.
groceries and kids, and yeah.
Right. It's a big deal.
I think so. Yeah, we noticed, we do a little bit of dealer work up and down Colfax still, and a lot of the subprime places,
Mm-hmm.
they're dead.
Oh, wow.
Why? Yeah, I mean, it's the economy usually doesn't affect them because they're
subprime.
Yeah.
They always pay a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in good times and bad, it's always too much. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What people don't realize, and there's a lot of money in the game, but the customer's being charged a lot of money just to get a loan.
Yeah.
One of my worst loans with one of my customers, the customer had to come up with $4 grand in order to do the deal.
Wow.
And it was not going towards the car.
Yeah.
Just fees, right?
But that just got to be such the norm, with subprime that, you even if you're selling the loan, you're selling at 65, 70%, so you got to pad your end just to.
Right.
Yeah, and you just wonder how that would. It never made sense.
It's a gamble, so I guess
Yeah.
you're going to pay up front the profit to the lenders. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a buddy of mine works at one of those lenders, First Eagle Funding. They've been around forever, and they're starting to shut things down because it's just not. But I mean, some of the dealers that they were working with were so kinky in what they were doing. He does an address search, and it's the Chief Hosa campground on I-70. Stuff like that. Because you got to have a piece of mail, you got to have this, to
Right.
approve a residence.
Right.
And he's like, God, where is this? And he, Chief Hosa campground. I don't even know if that's still up there on I-70.
Right.
It is.
Yeah. Stuff like that. I mean, the
Mhm.
stories I hear.
Yeah.
Ford Tauruses, like 150,000-mile Ford Taurus for 12 grand.
Right. And unfortunately, some of the business models is that they're hoping they know you're going to fail. They get the car back,
Oh, no,
and they
there's-
start it all
there's-
over again.
There's definitely that. Yeah.
They take the profit.
Oh, even better than that, the one guy I know was doing it for a while. It was a $30 late fee every month. $30.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Yeah, I got an email from the chief, and he also turned us down for being on the show. That's Brighton Police Department. We will be talking about that some more, along with my response to him and he seems like a very good gentleman and wants to clear things up. However, he's so wrong in so many ways, and we'll go over that. And, of course, that's my opinion, right? On this Southwest Airlines thing, I just can't see the email here. I'm trying to find it here. I'm trying to get this email. I finally got it. Okay. Now, what I don't understand is I don't see anything from the airline. He copied and pasted it. What Southwest promotion? See, he's saying this, that he wanted to fly Southwest with a companion, so he paid. First of all, he bought a flight with the idea that in the future he'd be able to buy another flight and get the companion free. That other flight he booked, he said, that he booked, and he bought a ticket that he could make changes with, and that he was taking his companion. But when he tried to make the change, because the ticket allowed for it, not the companion ticket, the other ticket, they wouldn't let him make the change, or he could make the change, but he would lose the companion. So he went back to the original schedule and was upset he paid too much for...
He seemed to actually highlight in the language why they were able to kill it. It says changes made to an itinerary after purchase of a one-way or round-trip revenue.
Right. That's right, Mark.
Flight
He actually highlighted
qualifications.
It says right here, any change to a reservation that falls outside of the promotional requirements, enrollment date, booking date, travel date, etc., will disqualify flight from this promotion. What I don't understand is this. It says outside of this promotion. So he has this promotion that clearly says you cannot make changes. Now, outside of that promotion, he bought a ticket that does allow for changes, but it's outside of that promotion. And it does allow for changes. He paid an increased fare for the privilege of being able to make a change. I totally understand it. But he was pissed when he tried to make the change, and they said to him, well, you can make the change. This ticket allows for it, but the promotion doesn't. Now, Jan, I promise you, I take each and every call with the idea of trying to help if I can. But you have absolutely no case here. Why do you believe they should have allowed you to make a change outside of this promotion when the promotion clearly says you can't?
Here's why, Tom. Because the promotion, when I asked Southwest, the terms, the issue is I would get disqualified for a companion pass down the road. I would get disqualified from the promotion if I made a flight change on the same day. The terms and conditions of the promotion talk about enrollment date, change of itinerary, whatever. They don't say that you can't make a change on the same day of travel.
Jan, it says no changes. To me, that's the day of travel, too.
I think he'd still win in court.
All right.
How would he win?
Because they're not going to spend more than what the refund would be.
You know what? He's right, Jan. In small claims court, they would settle with you. But what? Now let's get back to the original thing. By the way, Jan, seriously, no hard feelings, but they say no changes, and you're saying, but they didn't say on the same day. They didn't say on a full moon either. They didn't say all kinds of stuff on a Tuesday or Wednesday. They didn't say on Easter. But here's what I want to know, seriously now. What do you want, though? What is it that you paid too much for that ticket that allows for changes? What would your damage be? Just tell us that.
I paid more for something that I couldn't use.
You mean the changeable ticket?
Correct.
Okay. How much more? Well, whatever. That's your damage. And what Mark is saying is correct. If he's had enough experience in small claims court to know, sometimes they just write you a check.
Well, I appreciate all the input. I'm not going to go that route.
Why? It's easy. It's easy, man. You just file and
it's a hassle.
Well, I know it is. It is. But Jan, I promise you, I mean, I don't know. Sorry. Just, It does amaze me, though. It truly does. And if people in business, I wonder if you run across this. It amazes me how much people can read into something with everything.
Now,
Kevin,
read that
with all-
next line, Tom. Read right under where you were reading.
On his
Just
email.
read changes made and continue right there.
I'm sorry, Mark. I already, hold on. Let me look.
Just
here.
that's the real thing is right there. Just read that.
Okay, I think I did away with the I think I did away with the email.
It says
Read it
changes
for me.
made to any itinerary after purchase of a one-way or round-trip revenue flight, meaning a paid flight, may eliminate qualifications for this promotion.
Yeah.
That covers everything.
No, you're right. You're right.
Any changes made.
I know. He's going to go away pissed thinking we didn't help him, and he's right.
We told him how to get his money back.
No,
There's
I
no
know.
doubt.
I know. Mitzi has a problem here. Let me just talk to Mitzi real quick because we're running late. But Mitzi, what's going on with you?
I had talked to you guys about 3 weeks ago with Orange Elephant Roofing, trying to get my money back.
Did we have anyone? Hold on. Did we have anyone take this case for you, Mitzi?
I
remember
they did, and I never. Yeah, I thought they did. But I never
hold
got a
on.
response.
It was Mark. You said you were going to call the guy.
I don't know if I was. I don't remember.
Well,
I
that's the
remember
one-
Orange
it
Elephant.
could be I put the wrong note down. It said so. Orange Elephant Roofing was to do your roof with the insurance. She would only have to pay her deductible. They took her. I remember
They
what
took my
this was.
insurance money.
Oh, it was an actual
But
cash
that's
value
not,
deal.
But that's not their problem. I mean, see, I remember that, Mitz. I remember this very, very well. Here's what happened. They said you only have to pay your deductible, and that's true. You only have to pay your deductible. However, it's a deductible on an ACV policy, not a deductible only. And it's not their job to know your coverage and to guarantee a price. That I told you this before.
Yeah,
You-
but I think she just wanted out. They're trying to hold her to the contract.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And why should they hold her to a contract? Do they have some kind of outrageous cancellation fee?
It's 35%.
Yeah, that's
Problem being
ridiculous.
is I never got the cancellation policy. I don't have it.
What does that mean?
And so
it means
when
it
I-
wasn't on her contract.
On the contract,
contract, it's not on
it
there.
doesn't say anything about a cancellation fee.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
and I've
my-
been trying to get the Better Business Bureau. They will not return their phone calls. Better Business Bureau can't. They can't get a hold of them either.
Well, the Better Business
all
Bureau
I've
is a
been trying to do-
dinosaur.
Well,
you haven't
don't-
paid 'em a
why do
nickel,
people
have
think-
you?
Why do people think there's a bunch of people at the Better Business Bureau fighting for people? Why do they think that?
Yeah,
If you looked over at the office, you'd be shocked. There's a bunch of dinosaurs eating vegetation. I mean, and once in a while they go "Roar!" and think they're making a difference. That's the Better Business Bureau. I mean,
Agreed.
God Almighty, when are people going to get that through their head? Okay, here's what we're going to. They take money for membership, and then they give A+ accreditation. By the way, one of the guys with A+ is in prison for fraud, and busted for $20 million in fraud. So listen, here's the deal. We need to assign this to somebody. I totally agree with you. Did you send us that contract void of that cancellation policy?
I did not, because I wasn't sure where to
All
send
right,
it to.
who should we? No, seriously, Doc, you heard this, right? She is claiming that her contract has no cancellation clause in it. None. Now, if
Yeah, but
that's
even
true,
even if it does have one, which it may on the back of it, but even if it does, if they're saying they would do it for the deductible, I understand your argument, actual cash value that is, but that's truly not a deductible.
Mark, listen carefully. What they're saying is you would only have to pay your deductible, and that's the truth. She only has to pay her deductible. Okay, so let's say she pays that to the roofer. That's all she has to pay. If the insurance company, listen, only pays ACV, then there's a deficiency. Now, this is where I agree. This is where I agree with Mark. If there's a deficiency, there may be a question, will that roofer have the right to bill you for the deficiency if you paid him the deductible? They're going to say yes. You're going to say no. All I'm saying is it's going to be a question of fact. I think it could go either way. So, so rather than take that chance, you just want out, and I can
But
see
wait,
that.
you haven't paid him anything yet, right?
I've given him $13,000.
She gave him the insurance
man.
check. She gave him the insurance check.
They will not give me my money back.
Yeah, but you should have never done that. You should have never given him ever. We will get to cars, guys. Usually.
She's not going to get that money back.
Well, she should, because
She should.
if that contract says no cancellation, then she's. I mean, excuse me. If it doesn't have a penalty clause in it, they can't charge it.
She doesn't want them to do it. Then she's pissed
not
off.
for
then.
what they're trying to charge.
Are you sure they're not available anytime during the show? We can't get Mackenzie. We can't get Keelan Park. If not, we're going to have to get her back on Monday.
I think they'd almost be happy to give her money back, so they're not on the hook for that contract if she wins. You know, because like you said, it could go either way. She goes to court, and the judge, they may force deductible is not ACV. You know, and fix the roof.
It could go either way, but I think it's up to her to know her insurance. Just like when you go to a doctor.
No, but I'm just thinking the company didn't even want to take a risk at it. Just give her money back.
You know what? When you have a probate issue, like Monica called the show just today, and we're trying to get a hold of Keelan Park, and we refer a lot of people to Keelan Park. That's Keel and Park, common spellings with E on the end of each name. And what they are estate planning attorneys, and she wants to know what happens if there's a will it's not signed. The daughter's trying to take everything, saying it's intestate. The brothers want to split it with the family and blah, blah, blah. So any kind of issue you can call immediately. Of course, in addition to that, you might want to do some planning and make sure your wills are signed. Or if you have a trust, it's done the right way. And that's what Keelan Park, that's what they do. And what I love the way they do it, they first look at your entire life, what you own, what you have, investments, fine arts, businesses. Then they put together a plan. All of that is complimentary. Then they put together a plan with pricing, flat rate pricing. You decide what you want to do. It's the simplest, most straightforward way of doing estate planning. LawKP.com, 970-818-8198. Hey, are you looking for floor coverings? I want that one spot, Keelan Park. I don't know what happened. I pressed that button by mistake. I was trying to do callback, talkback. Come back to me after this. Sorry. Shut up. I was trying to hit talkback. Here's what I wanted to tell you. Give me Keelan Park's spot. Would you send that to me? I want to edit it for vacation. And don't shake your head. Otherwise, your ass is going to be on a lawsuit. All right, I was going to tell you about SimplyFloorsInc.com, and if you're looking for floor coverings, Buddy and Karen Mitchell own this place, and it's wonderful. They have 3 locations, wonderful showrooms. They have great installers and people that can come to your home. Go to the website, make an appointment, or go to the website, find out where the showrooms are. They're scattered, and they're wonderful. You know what? Like 52nd Ward, for example, or over at 470 Quebec. Here's what you do. Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com for any floor coverings, great prices, great installers, and they stand behind their work. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Stop bitching. Now I can read your lips.
Hey, tell them you ordered cheeseburger pizza. Kelly.
Tom? He's not
I'm
offline.
sorry, man. This guy.
Walk in there, goddammit.
I'm going to have to.
Tell them cheeseburger. Don't. Just make sure you did it.
For as smart as you people act, you're really fucking
themselves
stupid.
into a corner, and they assume they have
But in a
certain
good
rights.
way. I mean, not in a bad way. You're not evil or anything. I
I
like you guys a lot. But
I'm not going to do it.
We're not making this break. We're coming back at 59:30.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to get these 2 spots to play.
Hey, that's pretty good. 59:30.
Yeah, because he's here listening.
Alarmingly stupid.
Why are you complaining?
Because it's not my show, but I still have to deal with this shit.
59:30. That's actually better than 59:40.
No, we're missing the other break.
It's
we're
bad,
missing
man.
this other
Jeez,
break.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, you're missing a whole break?
Yeah, we're missing a segment. The show's coming back during the break. It's not going to line up.
Ah,
Whatever
shit.
alleged station is on the alleged network, it's not going to work. We're coming back a minute.
They got someone monitoring all the time. They've learned.
Do they? Yeah, because this break is fucked up.
I kid you not.
Tom didn't take the break. That's okay. I thought he would stop talking.
Are you saying we only had 2 breaks for real?
I'm saying that he should have taken the break hard out by 51, and we went at like 52:30 because I didn't notice. I looked away because there's a guy with a fucking helicopter sitting in the studio. I assumed he'd look at the clock.
You know, quite a few
God,
people that we
fuck
worked
me
with,
in the
Donna,
ass.
they died. I mean, they died pretty young, too. It's amazing.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why am I the one living in a van and you fucking
Like
people have all
Roger's
the
old
money?
secretary, she died.
I've got no money.
What's that?
No money. Blow me.
People
twice.
that I worked with the sister.
Or at least lick my Rafe, and I don't mean Daphne. Well, you know that physiologically speaking, the Rafe is that ridge on your testicles, on your scrotum.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Physiologically.
It's where your labia grow together when you're in the womb if you become a boy.
You know either one of them?
Yeah. Rafe, I love that one.
Hey, are we back from the break yet?
It's funny. Shit, I still got to build a break. Here, hang on.
John's a great guy.
I had to kill the spot block because the music
Kelly,
would have
did you tell him
started right-
cheeseburger?
Yeah, just a meniscus.
We already talked about it earlier,
So,
and
I'm
Tom
sorry.
already
Warren,
looked
he
at
was
me
in
and
Ortega.
said,
They were
absolutely
down for
not,
80 after
Cucina.
that. But they're having like a reunion.
Cucina.
We put pineapple on it. He
Yeah, I
won't
know
know till
Warren.
it gets here.
Vivian's gonna be
Yeah,
there.
you know, that
I'm still
kind
in
of
touch
sucks,
with
man.
Warren.
Is Rod buying?
Warren
Oh,
Sapp.
Kevin.
When are they?
Oh,
having-
okay, then
No,
fuck
we
him.
won't let
Find
Rod
out.
buy anymore.
Oh, I don't care. I just
See, if Rod buys, it should be cheeseburger pizza.
Can
Right.
you please pod me down so I can order it?
And I'll tell you this, anybody that doesn't eat cheeseburger
Oh.
pizza sucks.
That is actually a good flavor. Yep, that works.
Just offline.
Okay.
And I'm okay
That is
with
some
the
purple
pineapple.
shirt there, Tommy. And look at the polo logo on that shirt. Can it get any bigger?
Isn't that the pedophilia flag color?
God, look at the size of that polo emblem.
I can't hear. What do they
Well,
say?
you got to put
They're
your
picking on
headphones
your
on.
shirt.
Oh, it's cool.
I love the size of that polo logo. That's Ralph Lauren's biggest. You'd look good in a Buc-ee's T-shirt, but
Mark's never been on a horse.
He'd look good in a prison jumpsuit like that.
He wants to get you a Buc-ee's T-shirt.
Yeah.
hey, Rod,
Yes, sir.
Did they hang up?
how come you never put up a fight to get the
Okay,
kind of pizza you want? I'll never understand that.
You know,
Ben
I was
Sunday.
rejected so hard.
Well, they
I'm
didn't
not
make
gonna
it, though.
This
mess
fuck
that.
card didn't.
Mess
Anthony,
you guys
If
up
I
on the
w-
pizza.
if I was there, it would be cheeseburger pizza, no doubt.
Well, thanks for putting one up for the team.
Now, do you
I-
put
I'll-
bacon on that?
Right. I thought I was going to convert everybody from that stuff.
No.
But it didn't work. I couldn't convert anybody. So.
The Italian stallion will only have pepperoni and sardines.
And he only eats half of the
Anchovies,
pizza
not
anyway.
sardines.
Yeah, anchovies, that's right. Same shit. Nasty raw fish.
It's cooked somewhat.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? I guess I should try it before I knock it, but
What,
it
anchovies?
it doesn't sound good to me.
Look, man, I've
Like
never
you're up
tried
with it.
dog shit, and I'm not going to try it before I knock it.
What was the extreme?
That's not extreme.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I just figured.
I'll tell you
everybody
what's
likes
extreme. That
cheeseburgers.
polo shirt.
Yeah.
Do you guys notice that Tom and Doc are starting to look the same?
I don't know about that.
And sound the same.
Where are you at, Mark?
I'm at home.
Oh, okay.
I had a help. We've got an HVAC guy here. Our upstairs unit's dead, and then on top of that, last night at about 11 o'clock, we realized our refrigerator basically blew up sometime during the day, so we had to empty that out and find a new fridge.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I've had very bad luck with refrigerators. Do you guys remember the days where you would buy a refrigerator and 20 years later it would still work and you would put it in the garage as a secondary?
Yeah. Right.
And now they're good for 2 to 5 years and they just stop working.
I think that's everything, though.
Well, they're so complicated anymore. There's so much going on. Yeah.
The computer board goes out on them, and then you're just throwing them away because the cost is so ridiculous.
Yeah, yep, that's right.
Offline.
So, hey, did you?
Our last one went out during COVID, so only like 3 years ago, and you couldn't get a part.
I have to hit offline to hear you.
Yeah, I know. It's hard.
That's why he was talking crap about you.
He was talking crap?
Yeah, he was.
No. I was complimenting your shirt.
Yeah, you like it, don't you? Wish you had one.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to put up a poll right now
Costco
because I'm
doesn't sell those.
convinced of something.
Okay, go ahead. Put up a poll. Well, by the way, Mark, you would not believe how many texters say, I'm with Mark 100%, Trump's rally line. I'm with Mark, Trump all the way. I'm with Mark, he knows what he's talking about. God almighty.
Okay, now let's see. I just put a poll up, and we're going to see what happens.
Did you hear me? How many people are agreeing with you?
Well, I'm always right.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure
Jesus.
you are. And he sounds like Trump, too. That's what I like. He sounds just like him.
It's going to be a great election.
Oh, my God. You said, well, hold on. We got money on the fact that you said Biden's not even going to...
He's not. They're gonna have to replace him
you
soon,
think
man.
so?
Right
They're gonna
after
have
the
to-
first
Mark's
debate.
sticking to that. They're going to have to replace him.
I agree.
They're going to have to.
He can't win.
Oh, come on.
I think it's too late.
It's too late to replace
No,
him.
it's not
They
too
have
late.
egg on their face. Unless, hold on, he says, wait a minute, I'm having a health issue, and then he gets the sympathy of the country,
Oh, no,
and
that's
somebody else
definitely going to
steps
be what
in.
it is. They're not just going to tell him he's not capable.
They're not going to just abandon him.
No. They're, what was that movie, Dave, or whatever, when they replaced the president?
Oh, and it was a comedy, right?
Yeah, and they had the lookalike guy.
Right.
Hey, Kevin, make sure you jump on and
yeah, I saw that. Did you see the new survey?
hit the poll.
I didn't. Is it complimentary?
Yes.
Like, is Tom handsome or more handsome than
It's,
yesterday?
you know what?
It's
You
kinda
about
how
got it
read-
right.
It's kind of how you read it.
Doc would find it very complimentary.
Why? Because of my shirt? Doc never saw a polo shirt in his fucking life. You know they're going to vote. See, you know they're going to vote against me just to give me shit, you morons.
No, they're not.
You frickin' YouTube morons.
Our YouTubers are nothing but honest.
Yeah, okay. I promise I will shut down this channel.
Oh, if only you had the power.
This channel. Hold on. I got to spell channel right.
Can you do me a favor and put Doc's hat on real quick?
No, I will not. And there's a reason for that. I don't want the stain of his hair.
You know he does not dye his hair.
Sure he doesn't.
No, sure not.
His hair's naturally dark.
Hey, Rod, what do you think? Doc says he's never dyed his
Not
hair.
one bladed gray. Of course he doesn't dye his hair. Of course he doesn't. Somebody else does. He pays them.
Doc is sexy. I'm not going to mess with him.
He is too sexy for his shorts.
Right.
Tom glanced right over that one.
Oh, God, this poor woman.
And I had to go do something, so we're coming back real late here.
Coming back late, starting early. Shannon, you're just out of control.
No, we got a network show on from 760, and I had to go help them, so I wasn't able to fix the mid-birth abortion that is this show currently. Can you kill a baby if its feet are still inside mom? Because that's kind of what's happening here.
In Colorado.
Yeah. Whack it with
I'm
a
pretty
fish
sure
mallet.
up till the age of 3.
Whack it with a fish mallet. Drop it off at a firehouse. All right, here we go. More magic.
Ripped off, bad news. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Woo! 713-8255. What a busy day today. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you want a market analysis of your home, he can tell you what he can sell it for. There's no obligation to list ever, but of course he takes into consideration all market factors. It gives you some really good intelligence on whether you want to upside, downsize, side size, whatever you want to do. You want to leave town, he'll do it free, complimentary. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Welcome to the show, folks. Let's go to the phones. Okay, so listen, Mitzi called, and we're giving this to Father John. I mean, oh, my God. Oh, my God. That was a Freudian slip. Now, Father John, for those not listening, was a deputy, one of my original ever, an old guy, nice guy, and we called him Father John, and he died. And that just goes to show you. I was going to say Deputy Doc, and I said Father John. That's actually a compliment. That's actually a compliment. So that Freudian slip, it wasn't an insult. So Deputy Doc's going to take that case. We just want to know, did they have anything about the penalty clause in the contract? Now, even if they did, should they keep her entire? This is ridiculous. They're not doing the work. She doesn't want it done. She changed her mind. Now, there's a question as to whether or not they were misleading. They didn't know about her insurance being ACV. Why would they? They said you just have to pay your deductible. It turns out, yeah, that's all she has to pay is her deductible, except the insurance company did not cover the whole roof, or will not cover the whole roof, because it's an ACV, actual cash value policy, meaning they don't pay replacement. She needs to get another company, by the way, as far as insurance goes. Now, as far as that roof goes, man, it's complicated. Roofers are not obligated to know your stuff. They're just.
But why would a company want a disgruntled customer starting out?
And why? If you're not doing the work, why keep the money? There's no reason.
Gone.
Yeah. I want to go to.
Hey, Tom, would you explain for me and the other idiots the difference between replacement value and actual cash value?
Yeah. So if
most of us don't know that.
If you have a roof, and let's just take a roof that's a 30-year roof, and it's been on your house 15 years, and you have an ACV policy, the simple math would be half gone, you get paid for half. You get paid for the value of the roof the day before the storm. ACV. That's it. You have to make up the difference. Replacement value says if it's a 30-year roof and you're into it for 15 years and the roof even doubled in price since you put it on, they have to pay for whatever it will take to replace it. It's that simple. Less deductibles in both cases, by the way. Both cases. So that is the difference. I want to talk to Monica. Monica is talking about her family here. And I'm bringing up Jim Park. Monica?
You're okay. All
right, I'm going to put her on hold because she's in a conversation. She doesn't know we're going back to her. Tell me when she's available, because I want to use Jim Park to answer the question. And if not, I'll just ask Jim the question anyway, because I know what the question is. Is she available? Is Monica available? All right, let me talk to her then. Here's the issue. I'm going to start explaining it to you, Jim. Their family lost a sibling, and his estate's worth about, well, no, it's her uncle, but he has siblings. Her uncle died in November of 2023. He was in New Mexico at the time. He was married and divorced twice. He had a daughter. The brother, one of the brothers going through his documents, found an unsigned will. And the unsigned will said how things should be split up. But it also said he had no children. And it was an older unsigned will. We don't know if it predated his daughter, or if he simply did not acknowledge his daughter, or if he even made it up to begin with because he never signed it. It was unsigned, unfiled, sitting in some documents. So the question is very simply this. Can they use that will and divide it as said in the will, or I'm putting that on hold. I am not going to have a noisy line on, so just get rid of Monica. We'll answer her question. She can listen to the radio. Is an unsigned will valid or not? And if not, under the intestate, if it is no will situation, does the daughter have a right to take everything because she is claiming she does have the right to take everything and she's next in succession? How does it work?
Yeah, so the really simple answer is an unsigned will isn't even worth the paper it's on. So an unsigned will isn't going to provide any value whatsoever. If this is a New Mexico situation, they're going to have to go through the probate process in New Mexico, and the New Mexico intestacy statute will determine who receives that. Now, I'm not a New Mexico attorney, but I would be surprised if it doesn't provide all the property to the children, or in this case, the daughter, as long as she's able to prove that that's her biological father.
How would she prove that? He's on the birth certificate. He's on the birth certificate.
Yeah, and so, with him on the birth certificate, in most cases, that's going to be sufficient evidence. So she would be the one to file paperwork with the court. She's also probably the person that has priority to serve as the executor of the estate. But all that needs to be worked through with an attorney in New Mexico that can make all those filings to start the probate process.
All right, so hold on. Monica, are you there now, Sans baby?
Yes.
Okay, Monica, I love babies except on the show when you're trying to talk. Listen, Monica, listen, here's what Jim Park said from Keelan Park, and their website, by the way, lawkp.com, in case you want to look them up. But here's what he said. He's saying if there is a will found and it's unsigned, it means nothing. So the laws where he died will take precedent. He died in New Mexico. The intestate laws, meaning without will laws, will then take over as to who gets what, where, and when. So most likely, most states adopt the same kinds of laws, but you might want to check with an attorney there. Most likely, it goes from the person to their kids, then to their parents, then to their siblings, something like that, right, Jim?
Correct.
So it looks like the daughter would have all the rights.
Okay. My uncle, before he died, he had questioned the daughters if it was his.
Jim, I hear this a lot. I hear this in child support. I hear this in a lot of cases. So let's just attack that because she keeps asking about this. The uncle, she said, started questioning. Now, remember, this girl's in her 40s. He's questioning whether it's his daughter or not. That's not going to fly anywhere, is it?
If the birth certificate lists him as the father, it's a crazy uphill battle to try and prove that she's not the daughter. And you would have to go through DNA evidence and a whole bunch of other stuff.
DNA evidence doesn't even matter because I'll tell you what the courts have decided with child support. It doesn't matter. If you took her as a daughter and you lived 40 years before you questioned it, or even 30 years, and you're on the birth certificate, it doesn't matter what the DNA says. We've had cases on this show where DNA showed it wasn't the daughter or the son, and the court said, screw you, you're still paying your support. You adopted this kid, in essence, in fact. So, I mean, I don't know if that goes for a state law. You're the attorney, but I know when it comes to child support, that's not an excuse.
Yeah, and the standards are different for child support and estate law, but ultimately we're dealing with New Mexico law here, and that's not an area that I
But in Colorado, in Colorado, if a guy brought up a daughter for 21 years, she's out on her own. 20 years after that, he dies. And the family says, we don't think you're the daughter. And the guy's on the birth certificate. You're telling me that if there was a DNA test that showed the daughter way back when wasn't really his, they could actually negate her rights?
So that's a that's a facts and circumstance situation that would have to go to trial, and a judge would have to decide how to handle that situation.
But let's
yeah,
say in Colorado, are there any precedents where somebody's legal status was challenged and DNA showed they were not a kid? Do you ever recall hearing anything like that?
I haven't seen any cases in Colorado like that, but there's a whole bunch of, cases that are popping up all over the country with people that are trying to prove that they are a child in order to receive something from somebody's estate. So it's a hot topic in estate planning law right now.
Yeah, because I'd like to be part of Howard Hughes' estate, but the DNA didn't work out. But I can see that, Jim. So DNA may have a bearing. But, Monica, I don't even know if the judge in New Mexico would ever grant. And is she a resident? Is the daughter a resident of New Mexico?
No, she's not. She lives in Kansas City, Kansas.
And the guy died in New Mexico, and then the siblings are in Colorado, right?
Well, we have, my dad's here. He has two brothers. My uncle had two brothers, my dad and another brother in Inglewood. And then he has a brother in New Mexico, and then he had a brother in Henderson.
Who takes precedent, Jim? Is it New Mexico because he died there?
Yeah, probate happens where the person was living at the time of their death, so New Mexico.
So you guys have to check with New Mexican law, and if you can get a judge, I would be astounded if you can get a judge to order a DNA test on a 43-year-old woman who this man raised and had on the birth certificate. I would be shocked. But
he didn't raise her. They got divorced when she was 9 years old.
Okay. Did he pay child support?
Yeah, it was court ordered on the divorce. Right. But we just wanted a DNA for the family because we have property in New Mexico, and we didn't want to lose that property to her. But, I mean, okay, let me ask you this, lawyer. If a judge already denied the DNA, our lawyer told us that we can appeal it. There's probably not a chance.
Wait, did the judge already deny it?
Yes, he did.
On what basis, by the way?
Because of the birth certificate and the divorce decree that showed him that he paid child support.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And, Jim, let me ask you something. First of all, can you appeal it? You can appeal anything. Will it be heard? Will it overturn anything? Jim, what do you think?
You can appeal anything, but the issue on appeal is you've got to prove that the judge either didn't understand the law or there was something factually that wasn't in the record. But, that's not one that I would be excited to appeal.
I know. I didn't want to put more money into a lawyer. We've already paid a lawyer in New Mexico, and I just feel she didn't.
How much have you paid so far?
Well, over $5,000, and we probably still owe her money.
Yeah, you probably owe him about 10. The appeal's going to take another 10.
Right. Oh no. Okay, let me ask one more question.
Yeah.
Oh no, I just went out of my mind.
If it's in New Mexico, hold on, I got to take a break. Hold on.
We're so fortunate in this country to have a military that is 100% volunteer. Now, that's why Pure Talk proudly supports America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to prevent veteran suicide. If you make the switch on your cell phone, well, guess what? You're going to get Pure Talk's 5G network, unlimited talk and text, $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now for superior cell phone service, half the price of the big carriers, and you also help a vet in need.
Excel Roofing. I love the way Excel does business. First of all, we've heard roofing problems before on this show this hour, in fact, or last hour. What is that? That's big money up front, nothing done, cancellation fees. Excel has none of that. You don't pay a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com, as in excellent, E-X-C-E-L. And I'll tell you something else about Excel. They have AI, artificial intelligence, on the website that actually lets you put in your address and get a price for your roof as done by Excel. So you have no questions. You go on there and you put in your address. It maps out your roof. You tell it what kind of materials you want or you have, and you get various pricing. ExcelRoofing.com. the roofer I call when I need a roof, the one you should call. No BS with money up front. 303-761-6400. Hey, you know who else I call when it comes to home loans, or I refer? Ideal Home Loans. Why? Because they do loans. Now, you might be saying, I don't need a loan now. The rates are a little high. But if you're buying a house, you can't wait. And they have the interest rate guarantee, the only one. So if rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. Another thing, if you want to get rid of high interest debt and tap that equity, you can do that too and still get the interest rate guarantee and get lower payments overall. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. You know, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies has been on my show now for, I think, a year or more, and I've had so many satisfied customers. I am one of those customers. They are a sponsor here, and I'll tell you what I like about them. Their practical, down-to-earth approach in planning your retirement. Whether you're in your 30s or 40s or 60s or 70s, they can help you build your nest egg, protect your nest egg, create income, and some kind of security for your retirement, including long-term planning, estate planning. In fact, they work with Keelan Park. They work with all of our experts, and they help quarterback your retirement plan. Why don't you look them up, rpcenter.com. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com.
Oh. So is her motivation that she doesn't know, or is her motivation she wants the money?
Hey, that's funny. I wrote on the call screener that the break was at 11:22.
Well, I'm just saying, is that the issue? Because she sounded
nice. She said, we got a lot of property in New Mexico. We don't want it to go to her.
We're good. We're back on track.
We got a lot of property.
You know, well, she's talking about her dad and his brothers and the family.
I told you, it's in New Mexico. Better call Saul. Remember them?
Way back.
Well,
way back.
Well, I don't know what that would classify as. That's a good question. It's a band called Zoo People. Z-O-O. Nope, ZZ Top comes up. That's funny. No. Where's Zoo People?
It's amazing this day and age people die without a will. I mean,
and it was on my favorite Studio C album ever, Studio C #8. Well, I was just texting with my daughter that I spoke to the CEO at the zoo, and that she would like to meet with her.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I said, when will you be in town to meet with the zoo people?
And she had everything written down, and it's so easy.
Yep.
Fun little deal, man.
Well, my mom's brother just passed away. He had property in Arizona and Maine. And no will.
No will.
No. So trying to do it, especially between two different states. And this
right.
And that, just, my one cousin, his daughter's just.
There's always one in there who's fighting.
Well, she's the one trying to handle it.
Oh, okay.
She's like, you have no idea how much is involved in probate and this and that.
Oh, death by itself is tough enough. Now add on to the probate stuff. Yeah. That's the issue, because it goes on way after death.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, I want to bring up Dane, who called in yesterday about a situation, and I want to recap the situation for everyone listening. Dane, who do I have here? Oh, do I still have... No, we're done with Keelan Park, right? We're done with that woman. I don't know what else she wants. She had one more question. Hold on. I'm sorry. Dane, hold on a second. I'm sorry. You're right. Monica, I'm sorry. You did have another question for Keelan Park, didn't you, for Jim? What was your additional question, Monica? Are you there, Monica? Yeah. Okay. We're done. Okay. 303-713-TALK. Back to Dane. Dane, I want to tell the story. You had a truck stolen. You really loved this truck. You had tons of pictures of this truck. You had all kinds of idea about the truck. You had the VIN number. You had the older registration. You had everything, right? Okay. It was stolen, and you were pissed off. It was stolen in November of 2023, and one day you're at Adams County Courthouse. You're a landlord. You're doing something about an eviction. You pull up and see your truck there. Wow. Is that right, Dane? All right. We're having problems with the phones, so maybe I should just wait. Dane is not there, so help me out. Help me out, Kelly, and we'll figure out if the phones are going to work or not. I have a feeling Monica was probably there, too, so we'll just... Is he there? He's not there. Okay. We're having problems with the phones, folks. I'm sorry. We will get back to... So if you are disconnected, there's something wrong with the phones. So right now, Kevin, Rodney, we got people here talking about, and we got Bob talking about leases, and I'm glad you're all here. And I do want to talk about leases. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go to Bob, who's a leasing expert, been doing it 40 years. Bob, I think leasing, my opinion, is that leasing is very logical. If you do it the right way, you are paying for the part of the car you're using. I mean, and you're financing. And then when you're done, you turn it back. I mean, that's the perfect world, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, you literally are buying an apple if you buy a car. And you're paying for the whole apple, even though you're only going to eat half of it. And then you try to either sell the other half or just keep it. With a car, you're instead of buying the whole apple, you're saying to the dealer or to the provider, I'm going to use this car for this many miles, then I'm going to hand it back. What do I have that right? Basically, you're only paying for use of the car.
Correct. And the nice thing about leasing is someone's taking a risk on the future value of that car, and that would be the lender, whether it's a manufacturer, a bank, or a credit union.
But you have to hold up your end, too.
Correct. So if you write the right number of miles and don't have excessive wear and tear, you can give it back. And I've always said if someone's willing to take the risk on the future value of a car, trying to predict the future, you should let them, because you have all the upside potential without the downside risk. So you can buy the car if it's worth more than residual value, or you can trade it or sell it. If it's worth less than residual value, you can give it back. And the nice part about that...
Okay, if it's worth less than residual value due to nothing you did. I mean...
Correct, just the market.
If the market. But if you wrecked it, or if you dinged it, or if you treated it like crap, or if you didn't maintain it, or you put on excessive miles, then what?
So the residual value is based on you holding up your end. How many miles per year you're going to drive. If it gets wrecked, you have to get it fixed.
Yeah.
If it has bad Carfax, you give it back to them.
Can they hold diminished value against you?
No.
Okay, good. Now, that's a perfect world. The leasee does their part, the leaseor does their part. I mean, so now we got a leasee driving the car around, a leaseor providing the financing or buying the unit and then basically renting it to you. But here's the thing. I want to know this. I've often said, if you want to buy a car, a used car, because you want to keep your payments lower, what about leasing it? And if you're going to buy it anyway, it's like buying a used car from yourself. You know who the previous owner was. It was you.
Correct.
So you could lease it for a period of time and then buy it, and you maintain those low payments. Do you have people that do that?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. And there is also used car leasing, if it makes sense. So you could lease a car.
I'm not sure
and
if I
then
like that.
Release it. Again, it has to be the right car, the right terms. But we've done that a lot lately with the shortage of cars. People will keep their car for 2 more years and see what the market looks like, because with the shortage of cars, everything was more expensive.
So what do you mean? Instead of turning my leased car in, I can lease it again?
Correct.
Oh,
so
okay, but it's your own car.
It would be a new lease on your used car. So there's credit unions that do that.
Now, the whole idea of a lease is to pay for only the part of the car you're going to use. And I want to know this. If I'm going to buy the car, I've always wanted to ask this, and people have different answers. And I think you might be the ultimate authority if you've been doing it this long.
Sure.
So I want to buy a car and keep my payments really low, but I want to buy it at the end. So I put down I'm going to drive 10,000 miles a year.
Right.
And at the end of 3 years, instead of 30,000 miles, I have 50,000 on it. So I've gone over substantially in mileage.
Right.
But if I want to buy it will that make a difference? Will they actually charge me still for that extra miles if I'm going to end up buying it anyway?
No. So the reason you write miles in there is because you can assume that you're turning it back in. They have a value on it, and it's a future wholesale value, because if you turn your car in, they're going to take it to auction.
Yeah.
So, but if you buy it, they don't care if you have 200,000 miles on it.
Isn't that a kind of cool hack?
Absolutely.
To put in 10,000 miles and get a very low payment, and then at the end of 2 or 3 years, buy it?
So, yes and no.
Okay, tell me why no.
Because something happens to that car during the term of the lease, or the market of that car goes down substantially. You want to have the option to turn it back in, and if you rode it at 10,000 miles a year and you've driven 20,000 miles a year, then you're going to have to pay the penalty.
Okay, if you ever have to turn it back. But if you're going to keep it, but you're saying even with the intention of keeping it, something could happen where you're not going to.
Absolutely. So
I see that.
I always tell people you need to put the miles on there that you think you're going to drive, because assume you're turning it in. If you don't, it's a plus. But, I know a lot of people that will write a lease at 10,000 miles a year. I've got a guy right now, he drives 50,000 miles a year. So, and they put him in a long-term lease with the idea they're going to trade him out of it sooner. That doesn't always work.
No. Here's another thing. I always was told that when you trade in, and I don't know if it happens, I don't think it happens with legit people, but if you trade in a car, there's hocus-pocus ways for some of these guys to make it disappear. They call it the vanishing trade, where you don't get any equity for it, the way they manipulate numbers. Are there unethical people who lease cars that can do that?
Absolutely. So what has been going on a lot lately is, with the market value of used cars being so high, people did have equity in their cars, and a lot of the dealers would swallow that equity. So a lot of manufacturers have made the payoff only good for the lessee. Nobody else, so the dealer can't swallow that equity.
Now, what does that mean? I'm not sure I understand.
So, in other words, let's just say you've got $5,000 equity in your car.
So you go in and your car's worth $5,000 more than you owe, or it's paid off and it's worth $5,000. You have $5,000 positive equity.
Right. Well, different if it's paid off. 5,000 equity is different.
Way more. Right. Okay.
Right. But if you have that equity, a lot of times a dealer will not give you that equity. They'll make the payoff and swallow it. So in other words, the equity belongs to the lessee. The purchase option is for the lessee only, not for anybody else. So that keeps a dealer from actually swallowing that equity. I don't know if that made sense. Or...
Yeah, it kind of does. So when I go in with $5,000, how do I make sure I'm getting credit for the $5,000?
It should show as a cap reduction on your lease.
So if the cap reduction, and can't they raise that cap deduction and to artificially absorb that?
I mean, the only way they could do that is raise the cap cost or the selling price of the car an equivalent amount.
And I've often said this. If you're going to lease a car, because your payments are, I call them artificially lower than buying, they're lower payments, you sometimes could be paying a higher cap cost than you would if you went out to buy it.
I mean, again, that's up to the way the dealer does it, but
so the ideal way is to have the cap cost match a good deal if you bought it, yes?
Correct. The selling price, if you were buying it or leasing it, it's just with the lease, it turns into a different animal as far as...
You call it a cap cost, capitalization, or capital acquisition, as opposed to purchase.
So the cap cost would be what you paid for it. Adjusted cap would be what it is after any rebates or equity or down payment.
Got it. So you got your cap, then your trades and promotions come off, becomes a...
Adjusted cap cost.
Adjusted cap, and then a lease factor, which is basically interest on it.
Right, it's a money factor.
And then they divide that by the number of payments.
Correct.
Okay, that's very cool. They subtract the residual. We forgot to say that, right? They subtract the residual.
Depreciation. How much does it depreciate over the lease term?
Now, if anyone has questions about leases, give us a call. This is great. Plus, of course, we have Rod here from JFR Cars. We have Kevin Calkin from Sheridan Auto Tech. And then I believe we have Dane back about Brighton Police and the Adams County Sheriff's Department and more coming up.
That's what I do to my Subaru, Tom.
Because that does work during the commercials.
I knew I was going to buy it, so I just...
drives him crazy.
I put a low amount on the...
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And you bought it?
Yeah, because I knew I was going to buy it.
That's cool.
So I put a low amount. I put 15,000 miles a year as opposed to 10. I just paid it off.
But again, when you don't know what happens the day you get that car, what the future's going to be like. Right now, cars are changing so fast that I mean, they like the EVs. I mean, they're not holding their values.
I
So
bought it in 2016 when the market was stable. There wasn't this uncertainty going back and forth. There wasn't as much variability
Right.
as there is now.
but that again, that's predicting the future. So even in 2016, you don't know what 2019
No,
or
you're right. I took a chance.
right,
But it worked out.
right, and it can. I mean, but sometimes it doesn't.
Do you feel lucky?
Well, like I say, someone else is going to take the risk on the value. You might as well let them.
Sure.
Because it's a car. They generally depreciate.
Simply Floors Inc. will get you great floor coverings at great prices with great service. Can I say anything more? No job too big or too small. What I love about Simply Floors is their knowledge to help you pick the right floor coverings. They have everything from hardwoods, laminates, veneers. They have luxury vinyl planking, carpeting, all of that. And they help you through it. Simply Floors Inc., that's INC. Go there to find out where they're located, to see their showrooms, or have someone come to your home. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Hey, I almost call these steals when it comes to plumbing. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. EuroPlumbingColorado.net has water heaters starting at $13.99. I'm not kidding. Now, that's the old one taken out and hauled away. And $14.99 for a 50-gallon. No matter what size you want, they got the best prices. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. In fact, they say not just with water heaters, but anything plumbing, they'll save you money, and they challenge you to put them to the test. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You heard me talk about Frank before. Now, buying and selling, he has stats to show he sells faster and for more money. And when it comes to buying, he can find the hidden gems, and he can save you money there, too. He's a master negotiator. One thing he'll do free of charge is a complete analysis of your home, what it will sell for, and what you can buy with the proceeds. So why don't you call him? 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
I'm glad to hear what the chief of police said.
Somebody mailed this guy a rattlesnake. Somebody mailed this guy a live rattlesnake.
Really?
Yeah, packed it in cotton so you couldn't hear the rattle. Be careful opening that.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. Well, at least companies must take a beating on a lot of these EVs that are coming back, aren't they?
I mean,
tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah.
Haven't even touched on it yet because now there's a lot of incentives on EVs right now, so you can lease an EV pretty cheap. But in 3 years, when they all come back and they're all on the used car market, it's going to be ugly. And if it turns around, then they did the right thing. But I mean, you can lease some EVs for $200 or $300 a month now.
And we have a lot of lenders in Vancouver not doing any financing right now on EVs, right?
So, yeah, some, yeah, absolutely.
Credit unions. Even if you can get it for way below, they won't consider it.
As far as leasing or buying?
Either, yeah.
I mean, purchase they'll do it because it doesn't matter. They're not on the hook for it.
Well, that's true. Well, technically, unless people...
Well, if they don't make their payments, but that would be true of any car.
Yeah.
Like I was telling you yesterday, I would consider an EV now if I can get it 50% on the dollar. Now that's a good cheap drive. You know what I mean? It's an easy ride.
I mean, less risk at 50 cents on the dollar, but still
Still a
continue
risk.
to drive.
Right.
Absolutely. Tesla's a good example. They keep lowering the price of new ones because they want to be the number one EV
China
seller.
coming in at $10,000 and everything, that certainly didn't help.
Yeah, so if you own one, I mean, they're saying basically, we don't care about you, we just want to sell more.
That's it. Do you know nobody's got the truck that's happy with it at all? I've heard nothing but weird stuff about it.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them on the road. They're weird.
I don't know anyone, but
I mean, you know, the people that always want the first few pay too
Yeah.
much, and then after that, it's
Well, Mark's that way. I don't know. Is he still? You still online for a Tesla truck, Mark?
Yeah, I have no idea when they're gonna call though.
Now that price dropping, or are they staying the same or higher?
You don't know until
I don't
they
know
come
about
to you,
the
and then you
truck.
got to choose which one you want, how many motors, all that stuff.
Oh,
do I have an offline?
Oh, you were talking to Mark?
Mark's there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's waiting on his Tesla truck. But you are still going through with it.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to go to Dane now. Dane?
Yeah, how's it going? I'm here. Sorry I lost you earlier.
Yeah, I want to recap. So your truck was stolen November 2023. Very distinct truck, a lot of aftermarket parts, even some distinctive scratches and dents, identifying marks. You have the VIN, you have the old registration, you have everything. It was stolen. You were pissed. You loved it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got paid by your insurance and you moved on. One day you're one day you're at Adams County Sheriff's Department and you're going there as a landlord for some kind of business evictions. Anyway, you pull up, you see that truck, and you went, "Oh my God, that's my truck." And you're thinking, "Wait a minute, it really is." You pull up your pictures; it's an exact match, every single detail. It's your truck. You know your truck. You had it for years. You love it. Okay, so. And by the way, I have since checked every single detail out he's telling me. Every single detail. Now, admittedly, we probably left some stuff out, but I always do when I take my initial calls. That's why we do follow-up calls. See, people mistake me for a journalist. I'm not. I'm not a journalist. I'm a talk show host. I'm an advocate. I let people call and they tell me things. Sometimes it's an opinion. Sometimes they're relating what they call are facts. Sometimes they give me a little of both. And what I do is I grill them and cross-examine them and try to come up with the truth. A lot of times I disconnect people because they're BSers. Other times I investigate because I think they have something. Or while they're on the phone, I'm looking at their emails and making conclusions. My conclusions are not judgments. My conclusions are opinions, which, by the way, are protected speech. So are the initial complaints, protected speech. Now, having said all of that, when he was telling me this, I thought, okay, this is sounding credible. Meanwhile, I'm reading some of his off-the-air stuff. Okay, now, Dane went on to say that he got out of his truck and he went over there and saw a guy smoking off a foil, some kind of dope in his cockpit. I've never heard of smoking tobacco on foil, but who knows? Anyway, so he assumed he's doing some drugs. And what else? Did you say anything to the guy, Dane?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to approach him.
So what did you? So what did you do? You see him smoking, and there were some deputies at the courthouse, Adams County, right?
Yes. So I was there with my lawyer. We walked by it. He verified it was my truck too, and it just so happens the cops were standing about 20 feet from there. I'm
You
like,
say
"Hey, come
cops?
over
You
here,
mean
guys."
Adams County deputies?
Adams County Sheriff's Department. Yes.
And
There's
they
two of them
and
standing out there.
you tell them that is my stolen truck.
Yep, I tell them that. I show them some pictures. They're like, "Yep, that's the truck."
And what did they do?
They arrested the guy. They put him in handcuffs and called the Brighton County Sheriff's Department because.
But
the
you
van
weren't
in
on
the
scene. You weren't on scene when when Brighton showed up.
No, I should have been. I had.
But
to
you
go into
weren't.
court
Okay,
for
so
this
you
eviction.
weren't. So this
Yep.
is where the chief of police. I want his statements to be heard in his letter, in his email to us. So you weren't there, and you told us that Brighton police let him go.
Yes.
Well,
so once they ran the VIN and they saw that it was this
okay.
guy,
I just want to clarify a few things. Not that it makes any difference.
Tom, he keeps saying Brighton Sheriff's Department. There's no such thing.
Mark, okay, right. It's Adams County Sheriff and Brighton Police. But let me
Yes,
let me just make a clarification, because it doesn't make any difference at all as to my conclusion on this thing. Here's what the chief said happened. That Brighton police were told by Adams County, we ran the VIN. Adams County ran the VIN, and Adams County said this is not stolen. Now, here's what they're basing it on. Hold on. They're basing it on the VIN number in the windshield. Now, the very first thing thieves change when they steal a truck or a car is the VIN number in the windshield. It's harder to change the VIN numbers around the vehicle, but Adams County ran that VIN number, not Brighton. So Brighton shows up, and according to the chief of police, and I don't think he would lie, I don't think any of them would lie, and since you weren't there, I'm going to take them at their word. Brighton police were told, this is not a stolen vehicle, everything's cool, and Brighton took off. They did not let him go. That Adams County and the police decided not to detain him. So there's a difference, okay? And again, it doesn't make much difference to me, and I'll tell you why. The deputies saw your pictures. They knew that even though the VIN came back clean, there was still enough smoke. There was still enough reasonable doubt. There was still enough probable cause to look further. That's what police do. They look for probable cause. They look for probable cause to look further. Adams County did not. Neither did Brighton. Now, so I don't care what they say. They were derelict, in my opinion, in not looking further when they had a credible complaint from somebody who obviously would know their truck. So they let the guy go. I get it. Okay? I still think they're all morons. I'm just adding to the moron pile the Adams County Sheriff's Department. So instead of erasing morons, I'm adding morons. And it gives me more faith in our law enforcement. Okay? So now, this is why, by the way, the state is the #1 state for auto theft. Now, what were you going to say, Dane?
Why didn't they check the VIN on the door? And then they asked the guy,
Dane, I get it. We're gonna come back to that. Okay? I get it. So there's where we are. The Brighton police did not run the VIN. They depended on Adams County, and that's okay. But should Brighton have said, well, okay, but let's look at some other aspects? Should they? I think they should. They're police, right? I know this. They used to. Police used to look a little further than, okay, let's go back to our donuts. But, hey, this is the way it is. Let's come back. We'll say the rest of the story. What's that?
You hit him with the donut line.
So is Vicky out killing things today?
Who?
Jeff.
Oh, probably up at his cabin. I don't know. Long weekend. You always find something to shoot up there.
No show Monday, right?
What's that, sir?
No show Monday, just best stuff.
GenesisTotalExteriors.com. You know, I know Mark Szymanski, the owner, and I know the company, and they're great people. You know, they do everything on the outside of your house, which means if you have hail damage, they can do it all. One invoice, one point of contact. They can also help you with mold. Yes, he now has a division for mold mitigation, mold detection, and he won't exaggerate. He won't undersell you or oversell you. He will tell you the truth. That's what I love about GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Great for stucco, too. Stucco experts. You can switch from siding to stucco. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Hey, you want to talk about experts in solar? Let's talk Red Rocks Roof and Solar. RedRocksRS.com. You know what I love about Red Rocks? Man, do they know it all. From everything from the sales to the installation to the service and the financing, including grants for commercial systems. You know, Brooke, the owner, she has systems turning a positive cash flow, and where owners have put money in their pocket from grants. Commercial systems, right. And she has residential systems where people sell back to the grid and have no cost. You know what? You need to check them out. RedRocksRS.com. Experts in the solar business you can trust. 303-704-2449.
Did you ever get those injections
What's that?
for your knees?
I got the
Cortisone?
no, not the cortisone. The oil, whatever. I forget what it's
Lubricating.
called. Yeah. And
In your knee?
Right, one
That's
of them.
the fluid from the rooster. You had that.
Yeah.
The cushioning fluid.
Right, the cushioning fluid.
It's
Right.
lasts a few years. Did it work?
It is, but I'm feeling it now. But it's been a little bit since.
You know what? It's in really bad cases, it doesn't help.
Right. And I'm sure that's what's going on. It's too much sports.
All right, so let's continue real quick here. So Dane saw a stolen truck. Adams County ran the number, said it's not stolen. Dane showed him some pictures he had on his phone. I mean, it was so obviously the same truck. It's also still listed, had they called District 6, still listed as stolen, by the way. And all of that they ignored. And, of course, Brighton did too, because they went by what Adams told them. And so the guy took off. They didn't bother to look at another location. So since then, Dane, you made so much noise. Didn't Brighton further investigate?
Yes, they reopened it, and they called this guy and asked him to send another picture of the other parts of that car with the VIN, and he refused to do that.
So did they go see him? Did they go see him?
And they've been staking out his house, and he hasn't been home since. So obviously, he knows
So
that
it would
they're
be
onto
wrong
it.
to say, hold on, it would be wrong to say that Brighton dropped the case, right?
Yeah. They dropped it initially. They called.
Yeah,
me
but you
pretty much
kind
a
of told
liar.
us they dropped it, and this chief indicated it's still ongoing.
Yeah, they said the case is closed, and then after I sent them all
But
this
it's
evidence
not
and kept
closed right now. Dane,
No,
I want to
they-
be
they-
fair, man. Okay? Now listen, here's what I want to
I
say.
am too.
Here's what I want to
hold
say.
on, bud.
I'm with you, man. I'm on your side. It's not a dropped case, they say. I'm going to take them at their word. But here's what I want to clarify. First, it was Adams County that ran the VIN and concluded it wasn't stolen. Brighton did no further investigation, which I think they should have. They both erred, in my opinion. And now they're making up for it by trying to investigate. Again, they are. So those are the clarifications I want to make. I still think they handled it wrong, and I still think that's why the lack of initiative on our law enforcement in investigating when cases don't just fall in their lap, solved. I think we have a problem in this state, and that is why you see the billboards downtown saying, come to Wyoming where things are still illegal. Even the sheriff's department in Douglas County posted something you showed me that said, we still think stealing cars is a crime, blah, blah, blah. So listen, Dane, we're going to follow this up. I still want you to come on to clarify a few things. I am with you. I still say Brighton Police and Adams County did not handle this properly.
Although I think it would be very hard for the Brighton Police when you have another department saying we ran it, it's not stolen. What are they going to do? Challenge every time?
Well, especially the guy's not there. He went into court to, so he wasn't there to talk him more.
Right.
Yeah. If he had been standing there arguing his point at the same time, they probably would have moved further.
But I could see that being a very.
I get a kick out of people steal not a common vehicle and drive it around town where, that's nuts.
What kind of car was it?
Some kind of truck or something.
Okay. So it wasn't
market stuff, so it was distinctive.
Very distinctive,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, they've always said stolen vehicles are not high on their priority list of things to do.
No, especially insurance is paid off and, yeah.
And eventually it's abandoned somewhere and then somebody calls it in. And
You would have thought, though, somebody would have, being the police, have checked all three spots, because that's what they told us. When you go get your car verified
unless
at
they saw
the county.
some tamper or something on the VIN, they're just kind of like the guy made a mistake, I know around us, Lakewood's cracking down hard on license plates and stuff like that. I'll say it's about done time.
well, supposedly the new plates have some kind of a
Did they ask you, did
like,
Brighton in their investigation ask
something on them where they've got readers on the highway now, so like a child's been abducted.
Okay,
they have a
good.
license plate
Excellent.
number.
Well, the stickers match the plate number now, where before they didn't.
But the plates now are changing too, so that they have readers on the highway. They'll give you speeding tickets too for those.
Oh, really?
Yes. That's why they want people to start turning in plates for new plates.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. I'm sure it's like the photo radar.
Sure.
Or the yep. You don't have to pay them because they can't prove you got the ticket. But
I remember when I got pulled over by the cop and sent to jail. They went out of their way to accuse me of a crime.
Really?
And it wasn't me. They went, and I'm thinking to this degree, this guy said my car is stolen. Why wasn't anyone going over and looking at all three bins? To me that should have been.
that's too logical,
Yeah, I mean they went crazy on me. I just said, wow.
So what did they think you did?
It was one of my friends that did something wrong, and because he was my childhood friend. You got to have a friend like this. He knew all of my information.
Oh, you
everything
gave that
except
info
for my
to the police?
Right, everything except for my social security. So I got hauled to the court. I mean to the jail
for something he did.
For something he did, and I'm just saying it's not me. I don't even know what you're talking about. They would not hear me until.
Well, sometimes, yeah, it's just they get kind of, you know.
Right.
Because there was one of my shops years ago, a guy come in, and I don't know, I had 5 or 6 guys working, you know, and we're kind of all standing up front, and this guy comes in, he's built like a little bowling ball. I mean, he's a stocky little guy, and he just kind of like, you know, and then grabs one of the guys, you know, and I mean, our reaction, we work with this guy, you know, and then he flashes his badge. Like, why didn't you do that before? You know, so he calls for backup and all this other and they have, his name was Art, they got him in the back seat, you know. He's like, dude, it's not me.
Right.
You know, this. It was a warrant for a guy, the exact same name, everything else.
Exactly.
He's 6'4", 180, white guy, and the Art they were looking for is 5'6", 120, black guy.
How'd they miss that one?
Not even, I mean, yeah. So after all this nonsense that went on, you know, and that's what the cops are asking the sheriff. It's like, well, why don't you verify you can just put an appearance, dude?
Right.
You know.
Right.
And they're yelling at each other. It's like, are we good? Yeah, I didn't know the guy was a cop.
Right.
You know, you come busting in and start moving guys out of the way and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a sense of power that they have.
There are some that are that way. Yeah.
Where's your shop?
Lakewood.
Where in Lakewood?
Colfax and 3 blocks west of Wadsworth on Colfax. I used to have one in Aurora. We shut it down a couple of years ago. Can't find enough decent mechanics.
That's tough.
Tired of running half a shop, basically.
I was supposed to have a house up for sale today, so I had to bring in a painter. That's who I was talking to. I was on the phone with. So my painter said he took on another job he can't finish, and my house is supposed to be up today. Thinking, what's going on? You know, but he said that his painter walked out on him. You know, it's just, and I can't say I don't believe him, but he left me hanging. You know, so I think it's just a part of the game.
You're the painter now?
No, I'm on the radio, but I wish I could have been the painter. Because people just don't want to work anymore. They just don't want to do it.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge.
I had kind of got into one of my guys. He's been with me a while, and he's on a guarantee, and he's my heavy one guy. So we didn't have anything for him this morning because he can't do diagnosis or anything else. He's all heavy, trannies, motors. And it's like, dude, get up on the roof. The smoke clears. We need to get him fired up next week as soon as start, you know. And nothing. But just, how come me? You know. And it's just like you're on a guarantee. You're sitting there with nothing to do.
Right.
So in essence, you're on salary today. Fuck, he's on the roof and, you know.
Oh.
Damn, and he the whole time just, you know, it's not hot today. It's not this. It's not that. It's just.
Yeah, when I was a UPS driver. I couldn't work, but I had hurt myself or something. So they said UPS has one of the highest accidents as a company nationwide.
Sure.
So they try to bring you in and let you work inside. So they said, hey Rod, come on in, we don't want our numbers to look bad. I'll have you cleaning some bathrooms. I got kind of offended. But at that time I'm thinking, you know, I'm getting paid $30 an hour.
Yeah.
I'm the highest paid janitor there is.
Heck yeah.
So I said, yeah, I'll do it.
No.
You know, once I settle down.
Well, that's what I was hoping he would just figure out. I mean,
Right.
paid for.
KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, yesterday on the show, I made quite a bit of stink about Brighton Police Department, and I called them morons. And by the way, I stand by it. And also now I'm adding to that Adams County Sheriff's Department. I do want to make some important clarifications. So people think when I'm on the air, I'm making rash conclusions. I make opinions based on what I hear, and then I further am looking at emails and pictures and stuff behind the scenes as well, and then I investigate afterwards. So unlike a journalist, I don't put everything together and then report it. And if for those of you who believe journalists do that anyway, you're full of crap. But there are no real journalists anymore who objectively report anything, okay? If you believe that, you're in fairy tale land. However, I never purport to be a journalist, never want to be a journalist. What I am is I believe I unbiasedly collect information and I grill people who complain, and then I draw conclusions, and then I advocate for the people I believe are victims. That's what I do. There's never been a secret about that. I am first unbiased, then an advocate. That's how I do it, okay? Now, many times people lie to me, exaggerate. I usually pick them out. I usually can drop them. I usually find out. I usually don't give them the time of day. Sometimes I get it wrong. And then, but as we go, we unfold live stories on the air. That's what we do. That's what we do. It's called freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, freedom of all of that. Okay, that's thank God in America still good, right? Now, while the chief of police would like to change that in Brighton, he I'd rather that he concentrate on enforcing the laws he does have rather than making new ones against free speech. But here's the point, okay? Dane saw his truck; it was stolen. He has photos, he has ID, he has everything, and I'm convinced it's stolen based on everything I look. I'm absolutely convinced, and in fact, District 6 will verify that's a stolen truck based on the original VIN number, which, by the way, doesn't appear on that car in the windshield. Does it appear elsewhere on the truck? We don't know. The police didn't bother to look. See, that's what I mean. They're too easily dissuaded. This is a guy with multiple pictures on his phone. He tells the deputies, hey, this is stolen. The guy's smoking dope in the cockpit, which was witnessed by an attorney at law along with Dane, and they don't even take that into consideration when they let him go. He drives off high. So here's the point. Did they handle it wrong? Yeah, they did. Both of them did. Adams County and Brighton. My error was blaming it on Brighton to run those numbers. They didn't run the numbers. Adams County did, according to the chief of police. So here's what happened. When Dane called the deputies, they went over there. They put him in handcuffs. Then they started to investigate. As they investigated, Brighton was on its way. They tell Brighton, we ran the VIN in the windshield, or just say we ran the VIN, and it's not a stolen truck. Dane says, yeah, it is, but Dane left. Dane left. Once he saw that guy was in custody, he left. And he had to go to court anyway. So here's what happens. The guy was let go. So Adams County, Brighton shows up. Adams County says, listen, it's not a stolen truck. So both agencies, instead of looking further, instead of bothering to open the front door, to open the door and look at the door jamb or do any further investigation, they let a guy who was reportedly smoking dope in a stolen truck go because they ran one VIN number in the windshield. Do I think that's adequate? No, I don't. And that's part of the reason we have one of the most dangerous states and the #1 state for car theft. Okay? Now, he drives off. Now, when I talk about this on the air, what I neglected to say was it was Adams County who ran the number, not Brighton. Now, I also neglected to say that it's still under investigation, which, by the way, and I mean this sincerely, I applaud them for that, for opening the case back up, if in fact they did. And Dane said they did request from him more photos and other stuff. So perhaps something will come of this. Meanwhile, the chief refused to come on the show and wrote back to us saying, due diligence would require that a journalist does and checks his facts before going on the air, blah, blah, blah. So I wrote back to him. He was, and by the way, his letter was really respectful. It was nice. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. His letter was fine. And I think the chief, Domenico, sounds like a good person. Now, let me tell you what I wrote back to him. I'm in receipt of your email, captioned below. I regret that you have decided not to appear on my show. However, I take issue in some assumptions you've made. First and foremost, in scolding me, you stated due diligence involves verifying and vetting information prior to reporting on it, not after the fact. Legitimate journalism does not involve harmful, negative stereotypes. Oh, you might want to tell CNN that, but okay. And then this is me again. I truly apologize for any confusion regarding who I am and what I do. Sometimes I wrongly assume people will automatically know because I've been doing this in Colorado more than 45 years. We should have made clear what our mission is. Going forward, I will make sure people understand our goal. To clarify, I am not a journalist. I am an advocate who seeks to help people solve problems. The nature of radio talk and all talk radio is to take cold calls. That means, in our case, we listen to complaints. Most people tell the truth. Some exaggerate, some understate the problem, some lie. It is called freedom of speech and protected. Usually, I shut down obvious lies and exaggerations. I have a pretty good BS detector. But there are times clarification is needed. I try not to form an opinion until I get enough facts to draw a conclusion. Again, it's just my opinion, also protected speech. To advocate for people, I make it my duty to investigate the serious calls to my show. Part of that investigation involves giving the parties an opportunity to address the problems, complaints, and accusations. That's why we asked you to be on the show. I am sure one of the reasons you turned down our request is due to my conclusory opinion that Brighton police did not handle the situation properly. That was based on the facts I had on hand, and I maintain that opinion. Now, thanks to your emails and further investigation, I also believe Adams County Sheriff's Department deputies also mishandled this situation. I was pleased to learn from your emails that the case is still open. By the way, I clarified on the show today that it was Adams County who ran the VIN and told Brighton police the truck was not stolen. I also clarified that no law enforcement officers bothered to check the other VIN plates on the car, nor did they bother investigating the obvious dope smoking in the cockpit, not to mention that the same driver who was minutes before smoking that dope was allowed to drive off unfettered. By the way, that smoking dope on a foil was observed by the guy who called my show and his attorney at law who was with him. Sir, I apologize for any misunderstandings and leave the invitation open for you to be on my show. And as far as criticism on my procedure, I think when it comes to procedure, there is a lot of blame to go around. Now, I am going to send this to the police chief because I think that it's an appropriate response. So, Dane, they have investigated and they've staked out the house and they've took your photos. So you got to be satisfied that at least they haven't dropped it, right?
Yes, I am. I am satisfied. I don't have a bad taste in my mouth for police in general. I know that they have a lot on their plate.
Neither do I. Yeah.
So I'm just frustrated at the fact that I gave it to him on a silver platter. And when I walked into the court, I was like, if there's any doubt and you want to let this guy go, please call me. I will come down right away and give you guys more proof. You know, I wish they would have at least called me or came up and said, hey, these guys, the bin matches up. And then I could show them right then and there more evidence, you know, but rather than just let him get away and then pretty much accuse me of being wrong and calling me pretty much a liar.
I don't think they're calling you a liar. But anyways, I'm happy you're back, and I want to follow this along. I'm going to do some posting about it. You have photos of it being parked there. You have photos on your phone. It is so obvious. You see, that's the point. The probable cause part is that these police had more than probable cause to investigate further. They chose not to. They know they screwed up, and I know that police chief, unless he's an idiot, and I don't think he is, I know he had to have told those officers you should have looked further. I know he did.
Yes.
He had to have. Yes. Because how could you ever be proud of letting this guy drive off, especially when both of you reported he was smoking dope. Unless they said there's a new way to smoke tobacco on foil. I mean, and then sniff the fumes. But, Dane, I thank you for coming back. I got to move on to some other calls, but I want you to stay in touch. You have my thing. You have my email. I want to stay in touch. So, in conclusion, I hope to God I never have a crime against me up there in Adams County or Brighton, because I would not want those morons handling it. That's my opinion. Tom Martino, made today on May 24th, 2024 at 12:17. Samantha's turn. Hey, Samantha, what's going on?
Hi, my daughters live in the Ashford Belmar in Lakewood, and they have to pay for their parking. It's between $8 and $75 a month.
Wow. You know what? By the way, they of course have a, they have a right to do that. That's part of the condition, and people can choose not to live there. But okay, so they pay for the parking, and
right.
What happened?
There's not enough space. They sell more spots than they have.
Wait a minute. So there are literally not enough spaces, even though you pay for it.
That's correct. And my daughter's car has been towed twice in 2 weeks.
Wait. But why would it have been towed if she paid for parking?
That is our good question.
All right, hold on. We'll find out. I'll bet you there's an answer.
It's back. The Memorial Day sale so big is already going on with Aqua Spas at the Denver Premium Outlets. Look for the Big Tents and let the discounts begin. And the same savings at all Aqua Spas locations. Hundreds of units marked down just for this sale. No money down financing and payments as low as $80 per month. Even deeper discounts with scratch and dent models. The perfect way to kick off summer at the Aqua Spas tent sale. Going on now through Memorial Day at the Denver Premium Outlets. 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Aqua Spas.
K&H Home Solutions has the best windows around, made right here in Colorado, called Alpine Windows. And, of course, when you put that together with the oldest home improvement company in all of Colorado, you will love what you get. K&H Home Solutions has been around 65 years. I've known all the owners, including this one. There's only been 3, the original Ted and now Lee Diamond. And you know what? These Alpine windows are damn near like a wall when it comes to insulating properties. And you will save money, and they are beautiful. All of their products are energy efficient and beautiful. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com. Made in the Shade is the way to do window coverings. Here's why. They send an expert to your home. They measure with a laser down to the infinite decimal, and then they have a designer help you pick the right stuff for the right place. If you decide to go with a package, they try to meet your budget, and then you get high-tech, low-tech, and between-tech, solar shades, a solar-powered, battery-powered. Here's what they do. They put that together. If you go forward, all of that's free up to that point. If you go forward, what they do is install them and order them and deliver them, of course, everything all in one package. That's Made in the Shade, denvershades.co. That's denvershades.co.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Take advantage of our May floor model sale at all 7 store locations.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
It's not too late for deep spring cleaning. Call who I call, Zero Res, 303-471-5150. Carpet cleaning, 3 rooms, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. Mention me, Tom Martino, ZeroResDenver.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Do you remember the energy crisis of the 70s? A lot of people panicked. We came up with a solution. A best way to insulate your house, save you money, and increase your comfort. A best way to perform energy assessments. And the best way to help our customers qualify for Excel and other utility rebates. 48 years later, a lot has changed. A lot of competition has come and gone. Some things haven't. We're still saving our customers money. Call 303-469-0808. Visit bestwayinsulation.com.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Progressive Insurance.
The Rockies return home to host the Phillies tonight. Ty Block will start. The Rapids back on the pitch to host Minnesota United tomorrow night. The Rapids are 6th in the West at 6-5-3. The NCAA agrees on a deal that allows Power 5 schools to pay players for the first time in college sports history. All Division I athletes dating back to 2016 are eligible to receive a share as part of the settlement. I'm Frank Garrity.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Eric, you have a comment.
Yeah, so I have 2 comments. So first off, I have a bone to pick with you on your musical choice.
Which one?
So when you're talking about this Adams County thing, you keep playing the Andy Griffith theme.
Yeah, you're right.
And you don't realize that you're insulting Andy because
I
Andy
know.
would have solved this.
I
you need
shouldn't
to go
do
back
that.
to the barnyard noise. You used to play the barnyard noise for the incompetent counties.
You're right, and the cows, right. You're right, I did. But what is your comment on the police, though? Is that...
So my comment on, so when it comes to Adams County, I live in the city of Thornton, and 10 feet to my right is Adams County. And we have houses there that are Adams County, and they have parties that will happen until all hours of the night. And the one night they were hosting a quinceañera, and it started at 8 o'clock at night. And my wife and I got home at midnight, and I called the sheriff's department because it was so loud, so much noise. And I literally had an Adams County deputy tell me on the phone after they came out to investigate, well, that property belongs to Mr. So-and-so, and he's a really cool guy, and you know, he apologizes, but this is really a really important quinceañera for his twin granddaughters. And I says, I don't care if this is a quinceañera for the Obama kids. I says, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. People are trying to sleep. And a couple of days later, I went to the Adams County Sheriff's Department and talked to one of the commanders. And he says, I don't know. He said, I guess we could look into it and get back to you. And they never did.
Well, again, there are degrees of enforcement and opinions on what should be enforced. We all have them. And I know they have a thankless job sometimes, and it's hard for them to decide what to respond to and what not. But, hey, you know what? Look, we all have our opinions. It is a tough job. I'm not down on law enforcement. I really am not. But in some cases, it's pretty clear when they handled something improperly. Samantha, so let's go back to this apartment thing. She pays for parking. What I want to understand is this. If she pays for parking, how did it happen that she got towed? Explain that. Are you there? Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
She was not parked fully in a marked spot.
Okay, so you say there aren't enough spots, and she wasn't parked in a marked spot. Where was she parked?
See, now that's where the problem is. I don't actually know. So
if she was parked somewhere that was impeding traffic or anything, or even anywhere outside of assigned parking, even though there aren't enough spots, I can see why she was towed. That wasn't improper. Now, what's improper is the whole thing. If truly they don't have enough spaces, that's improper. But they're two separate issues. You see what I'm saying?
I do. The solution they gave her today was to have her buy the $75 spot that puts her further away from her building. But, apparently that spot would be more guaranteed.
Damn. Let me ask you something.
Okay.
This place, God, I don't understand. Don't they limit the number of cars people can have? Do they have guest spots and owners? They should at least have, visitor parking as opposed to people who live there. Do they?
They do. They have visitor parking, but I think those spots aren't available either, and visitors have to pay to park as well. And I think that's $4 a night or $8 a night, something crazy.
But how many times?
Go ahead.
Okay, but why? If she doesn't park there, let's say there's nothing available. If she doesn't park there, what does she do? In other words, where would she park?
She said she would have to park half a mile away and just walk home, but I don't know where that would be. Oh, my
God. So, has she considered maybe finding another place to live?
Yes, her and her sister, they're roommates. They've already let the complex know that they won't be renewing their lease. Unfortunately, their lease goes through until November. But yeah,
they might let them out early. Did they ask if they could get out early?
I don't think they have asked. I think they're pretty mad still because they're young and they're.
I don't blame them. Here's what I say though, Samantha. This is really important. If you could actually show somehow, and I don't have the staff to do it right now, but if your daughter somehow could show that there are literally not enough spaces for what they sold, that could be a problem for them that we would look into. But I don't know how we get access to those records. But if you could show that the people who actually paid outnumber the number of spots, that would be so fraudulent. I mean, that would be so wrong. I would, if that ever happened, I promise you, I would take up your mantle. I would take it up and go run with it. One of the things, there's got to be something you can do. I mean, I don't know if there's a law against it, but it's certainly pretty crappy. And I'm marking this down. If you call us back, Samantha, I don't know how you would get that information, but it's definitely something to consider. Frank, what's going on with you?
Yeah, hi, Tom. Enjoy your show. I listen to it 2 or 3 times a week, and I wanted to give out some serious kudos to Fix It 24.
What happened? What's going on with them?
Well, everything good. I found out about them on your show when they offered kind of a special for cleaning and so forth.
Yeah. The deep clean, check, and tune, right.
Exactly. They came out and they gave me all the details, and I have furnace that's almost 30 years old, an air conditioner that's 20.
Holy crap,
So I thought,
20 and 30 years old. Now,
yeah,
listen,
I thought,
I don't even know what you're going to tell me, but honest to God, you really need to consider, again, I don't know what this call's about, but you ought to consider replacing those just to save money, 30 and 20 years old. But anyway, go ahead.
that's what I did. I called them. They came out. We worked out a price that I thought was fair. Very professional, a couple of young guys, and put down matting over the carpets and the hardwood floors so there wouldn't be any issue. The furnace was in the basement, and it was a tough job.
Did you go with a regular efficient or super efficient?
Regular, and it's brand new stuff.
Good. No, good. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't pay to go the extra because of the because of your house. If your house is older, how old is your house?
My house is about 25 years old, and I've lived in it for 20. But just exemplary service.
I'm glad I'm really glad you're happy, and I really appreciate you taking the time to call. 303-713-8255. ProBid Energy for solar. Another solar company we highly endorse, ProBidEnergy.com for sales, service, installation. They do it all. They have commercial systems too, and great rebates and great grants available. ProBidEnergy.com.
This is Denver's Talk.
Who did you use for the air conditioning or the heater?
Fix It.
Fix It.
You won't. One thing you won't get is cheap. See, Fix It, Brothers, all of those companies, they're all great companies, but they don't know the word cheap.
No.
But you will get the best work possible and the great equipment.
Mm-hmm.
But there are more economical people. There are, and they're not bad. They're not bad. It's all a balance, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go strictly on price, but at the same time, when people say that, I like when they say that, but at the same time, you can't just charge because you charge.
Right.
You know, there's a balance, man.
Right.
Some people say, well, you can't go by price. We give you value, and we give you this, and we give you that. Yeah, okay, but I still want price.
Right.
You know, the Art of Granite is doing something that is spectacular right now. They do countertops, by the way, more than granite. They have all kinds of materials, any material they can do. Listen to this. Free materials. I swear to you, free materials if you pay for the fabrication and installation. And by the way, still same low price. They did not raise the price. Why are you getting free materials? Because they have a giant remnant pile of beautiful granites and quartz and quartzite slabs, almost full slabs. So you can do small kitchens, you can do tabletops, you can do bars, you can do vanities. TheArtofGranite.com. Call them now for your great deal. They even give you prices on the phone. The only people in the world I know right now giving out free material. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com. Another thing you want to know about are floor coverings. No, you're not getting floor coverings free with Simply Floors, but you get them at damn great deals. Whether it be hardwoods, laminates, veneers, luxury vinyl, planking, carpeting, they do it all. They come to you or you go to them. You can find out more at Simply Floors, INC, that's Inc. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Buddy and Karen Mitchell want to make this a pleasant experience and want you to come back, and they do a great job. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Can you imagine if Trump won New York?
Sad part is New York used to love Trump. You know, he did a lot for New York.
Right. I mean, the towers alone, that monument was amazing.
Well, he's the one, though. He took on the unions because the unions controlled concrete so heavily back there,
mm-hmm.
and he kind of did a workaround.
Mm.
The unions were in New York all controlled by the mafia.
Well, yeah, but the concrete was very strict. Both my brothers are engineers in New York, and they talk about,
Is that why he's got a bad rap right now, Trump in New York?
No, it's just because, Dems and liberals were told that he's bad, so we can't, it's just cancel culture crap.
Okay.
And he's abrasive.
Yeah, what happens is, the unions vote for these Dems because they give them great benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time the benefits come due, the Democrats are out of office, so it doesn't come back on them.
Makes sense.
And that's in most of these Democratic cities, that's what happens.
Well, the politics just gets ridiculous after a while. They got some massive cuts coming for Medicare that don't take effect till after January.
Oh, wow. But isn't that a horrible game they play?
Yeah.
All the benefits and everything, they push it all the way until they're about out of office.
Yeah. And then they, most people are smart enough to realize, it wasn't whoever the president is now. It was, 8 months ago.
Every politician says, we're going to cut spending. And when they ask them, what are you going to cut? They never give an answer. Because they don't want to lose that block of voters.
Yeah, but Trump wasn't much better about spending.
No, I'm just saying.
No, he spent more than his fair share.
All politicians do that. I'm going to cut spending, there's waste, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, what are you going to cut? Well, we're going to take a look at all these programs. Because, if he says one thing, he loses those voters if he's going to cut them.
But even worse than that, they can't tell you where the money was spent.
Right.
The Denver mayor can't account for the $100 million he took for the homeless. And where that went. California.
It's only $100 million. What's the big deal?
California's out a couple billion they're trying to track down. Whatever they don't know what happened to it for homeless.
But I'm not sure where it went, but I know where it came from. Me and you. We're always the one that gets stuck. And I don't know how in the world they're able to do this and pull that level of money out without us ever. Unless I didn't hear the, I didn't see
Denver,
the vote.
the
I didn't
city
see the vote.
council, they had an emergency declaration. That's all they're going to call it. So that way the council then votes on it. It doesn't come to us because it was an declared emergency.
I need to cut that declared emergency. Well, the government's doing it as well. So I mean, the federal.
Yeah, of course they do. They came out of the meeting, and the one congressperson in Denver, mayor, city council, she's like, yeah, we basically kind of gave him a blank check. It's like, you absolutely gave him a blank check. Buying hotels, refurbishing hotels.
Right, right. And I don't believe in paying off school loans. But when you start looking at all the other money that's spent, might as well. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, they're so.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALKS. 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Finally, room to breathe, people. We've had so much going on the show. We talked about leases, and a lot of people appreciate it because this guy speaks with no forked tongue. It's true. Kevin, I'm getting more and more people, and I don't know why. They get warning lights. And they want to know, can they pop by and what happens with a warning light? First of all, when an engine light goes on, can that ruin your car if you keep driving?
Yeah, especially if it's blinking or, but any light is there for a reason. You got to treat them seriously.
Wouldn't the newer cars go into a limp mode before you can destroy them or not?
Yes and no. I mean, sometimes they will, but I mean, you're different drivability. So you get to be taking life off your catalytic converters, shortening the lifespan of other parts. It may not be immediate damage, but it's certainly not good to keep going.
What do you find the most common reason for a check engine light? Really? Gas cap?
Gas cap's up there. Yeah, it's definitely part of it. But they tie so many systems into it anymore. It could be almost anything on these newer cars. But yeah, vacuum leaks, different evap in the gas tank. It's typically all related.
Now,
here.
I want to ask something of Bob, who's here for releases. I think I've always said a good indication of cars that hold their value are lease people, because the leasing companies are not stupid. They put a residual on that car and a percentage of MSRP as a guide. Let me tell you what that means. If you're going out to lease a car, there are charts that a lot of these guys like Bob use, and what it shows is certain leases and the percentage at the end of the lease, right?
Correct.
It's called it's just a chart. I don't know what they call the chart, but man, if you get a hold of one of those, even if you want to buy a car, they're a great indication of what cars hold value, because if they're putting their money where their mouth is, these guys, and they're leasing cars out, these giant companies, they know not to lose money. So the best residuals, when I looked last time, it has been years since I looked at a chart, was 50%. Are there ones that hit higher than 50% residual?
Sure. No, the Asian cars, the Toyotas, the Hondas, tend to have better resale value, so they'll have a higher residual value.
How high will they go? Above 50% ever?
Oh, sure. I mean,
really?
It depends on the term, but sure, there's some in the 60s.
Really?
I mean, for a while, Tacomas were, what, Rod, probably in the 70s?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, back in the day.
So you only had to pay 30%.
Right. Well, back in the day, you would have a brand new Tacoma with $250 a month on a lease. That's how strong the residuals were.
So how do the luxury cars, Mercedes, BMW, what are the other ones? How do they do when it comes to the residuals?
Not well.
Really?
Big luxury cars,
Wow.
the expensive ones, they have more room to depreciate, so they could be 35, 40% residual.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that's when the manufacturers come in with incentives to help offset that, because they'd be very expensive to lease otherwise.
How about EVs?
Good question. So
you
EVs,
don't do many of them?
Well,
we do. They're dropping hard. I think the hype and the excitement it's gone right now. But
they depreciate a lot?
Oh yeah.
So the only way I'll put someone in an EV is if they lease it, because they have an out at the end of 3 years. Because if you own that car, you're stuck with the market value. And if you look at even just like Teslas today, I mean, they're dropping daily because Tesla lowers the price on new ones, which affects the used one. Hertz put a bunch of them for sale. And so there's a lot of used Teslas and a lot of used electric cars right now. So the manufacturers have some really good leasing on a new EV. I mean, there's like the Toyota BZ, whatever it's called. I mean, you can do one of those for $300
so
a month.
I heard this all the way around, that the EV demand is way down. I don't know why. Is it because there's way more offerings and the demand is spread out, or is it because fewer people? Truly, which one is it? Because I think it might be because there are so many of them out there.
Well, I think people are scared of, the range, the future of them, the batteries. I think there's just a lot of unknowns at this point.
I love them.
So the people
I don't have one, but I love the idea of them.
Well, the people that got them early is because they wanted them. The rest of the people are saying, let's see what happens.
Right. And the incentives are definitely pushing the EVs to the point where it's almost undeniable, because I'm getting a person an EV, and it's $18,000 off from the state and the federal and all the incentives that are there. So all of a sudden, she was upside down. Well, now I can cover a lot of that.
So where does some of these come from? I know you have state credit. I thought a lot of those credits went away.
Not all of them. There's a lot of if the car was built in America or has a manufacturer here in America, the benefits are still there. The incentives are still there. But if
I heard, for example, you don't get a federal tax credit anymore with a Tesla. Is that true?
There was,
I'm not sure, because they had a certain amount of money they were able to use, and they used it all.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right.
That
exactly
the more
right.
successful the sales were, the less incentives are available now, because they ate them up. But in any case, do you see the trend though? Don't you see? It's not going to go back. It's or do you think they're actually? What do you think is going to happen with the EV market, guys?
Well, what people
Kevin,
are.
what do you think?
I mean, they like right now are hybrids or plug-in hybrids.
I hate them.
Because you'll never be stranded. An EV,
Yeah, I understand,
you can
but
be
you know
stranded.
that's the worst of both worlds. You don't have a great gasoline car and you don't have a great electric car. To me, it's like you're not going to get the acceleration and the wonderful performance of an electric. You're not going to get the You have two systems to maintain. You still have to change oil, for God's. I mean, the whole idea for me to get away from a gasoline car is no maintenance. My son's car literally has no maintenance. It's amazing to me. It's amazing. He's had it, and I'm wondering, when do you do maintenance? What do you do?
There is no maintenance.
Hardly.
Hardly. I mean, you still have.
They have shocks, right? Do
You
they
still have
shocks?
suspension components, yeah.
And
that's-
brakes, right?
Well, yeah, but
the brakes never. You never use.
You don't use brakes to drive.
I know a guy who went 100,000 miles and never changed his brakes.
Yep.
Wow.
Because it breaks every time you take your foot off.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well, my Hyundai came with 100,000 miles or 10 years on the battery.
You have a hybrid, right?
No, it's pure EV.
Yeah, he got an EV.
You got a pure one now?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool, man.
And no
no,
dents.
I'm proud of you. Seriously.
But I thought that was a pretty good deal on the battery.
And you got the charger put in yet?
It was already built into my house.
So you plug it in every night.
I just plug it in.
It's got some good acceleration. The worst of them have the best acceleration.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It's, compared to my Subaru,
Do you
it's like
love
a race
it?
car.
Do you love it?
So far, yes. It's only a week old, Tom.
Wow, that's cool.
I think it's a comfort thing. It's not, you like buying them because they're hands off a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
I
like
the
maintenance
comfort.
anymore.
I like the comfort of knowing that I won't get stranded.
But why do you feel you're going to get stranded? That's the point. First of all, I don't do road trips. Do you do road trips?
Oh, yeah.
I go to the mountains, but there's plenty of power to get to the mountains and back.
Well, it changes so rapidly, though, right? I mean, if you go on a warm, beautiful day, you might do fairly well, but you're still going up that hill, so your miles will drop quite a bit. But what happens if you throw in the cold temperatures? It will change drastically.
Well, I go up to Blackhawk a lot, and when I go up to Blackhawk, it used 80 miles, 40 there, 40 back, which was basically nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as I have 100, 110 miles on my battery, that's the furthest place I drive.
And more and more places are getting chargers.
Right.
Too.
I think it's all helping. It's all helping.
What I don't understand, though, is the idea of, well, no, I do understand. So the colder, the more it eats up. So even though you say you have a range of such and such,
Right.
when it's cold out, the car doesn't adjust and show the proper range. It shows the range for the conditions, or does it just show the raw range? Do you know?
I think it's constantly changing and updating itself as you're driving.
I
If you
wanna
have
know,
any kind of
hey,
load, it
I
changes
want some
too.
EV users to call us. We got a lot. I mean, there's got to be a lot of EV people around, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that changes is if you put on the air conditioner,
Any
you can
load.
see the expected miles go
Drop.
down.
Yeah. All right, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, 888heating.com has the risk-free service fee. What does that mean? That means you pay $28. They come to your house to service one item. They can be your toilet, it can be your water heater, which includes a flush, it can be your AC, your furnace, it could be your garbage disposal, whatever it is, anything. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric drains. They will inspect and service, not drains, by the way, for that. For $28, they'll service and inspect anything, and then if it's more than $28, you get credited the $28. 888heating.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Several slow spots throughout the Denver Metro for the noon hour commute. Starting on the south end of town, I-25 northbound after Dry Creek Road. A crash blocking 4 right lanes has stop-and-go traffic through Lone Tree back from the West Oak Hill Lane overpass. We're seeing a 40-minute delay for folks heading into town from the south end. North of there through Aurora, I-225 southbound at Parker Road. A crash, slow driving back from Mississippi. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. High 70 today, overnight low of 49. Scattered thunderstorms tomorrow across the Front Range. High 75, overnight low of 47 there, and mostly sunny on Sunday. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
You know what? I love these two words. You don't normally see them together. Discount Bath. DiscountBath.com. They believe bathrooms don't have to be expensive to be beautiful, luxurious. They will give you a bid, free upfront pricing, of course, on every element. They have the best warranties. Man, they warranty everything, including lifetime warranties for some components, and they tear out and haul away free. What do I mean by that? Yeah, it's up to $3,000 in value, depending on the size of the bathroom. They can even do partial bathroom remodels, complete bathroom remodels, tub to shower conversions. DiscountBath.com, 720-979-2322. I want to tell you a true story about a business in a rural area. By the way, that just means outside of a dense city. It's not, you don't have to be out in the country. This company had tenants in their strip, plus they have their own place, some warehouses and strip mall. They put in a solar system and got paid 115% of the price back, meaning they got grants and tax credits and profited 15%. They put into their pocket like thousands of dollars, and the system was paid for. Now, on top of that, they provide enough electricity to their own development that they are saving, or they're charging their tenants about $200 for power, and saving another $200 of their own. We're talking $400,000 positive. Yeah. Plus, they didn't pay to put it in. You think it's impossible? It's called the REAP Grant. Find out more at redrocksrs.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. You got to call them. Now they have residential systems, of course, too. 303-704-2449.
Is getting gas at Chevron burning a hole in your wallet? Get the Drop app. With Drop, you can earn free gift cards just by filling up your tank. Download Drop now. Use code DROP77 to instantly receive $5 in points.
It's not too late for deep spring cleaning. Call who I call, Zero Res, 303-471-5150. Carpet cleaning, 3 rooms, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. Mention me, Tom Martino, ZeroResDenver.com.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Mandy Connell here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We are injury attorneys, and this is your Legal Minute. You're in an accident. You get out to exchange information like you're supposed to do. The other driver says, I don't even have a driver's license. I'm sorry. I don't even have any insurance. I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Is there anything that you can do? Yes. You can call Bell & Pollock at 303-795-5900. But know this, right now, if a driver gets out and they do not have a driver's license, that does not mean automatically that it's an uninsured event. Insurance coverage could very well apply to pay your lost wages, to pay your medical bills, to pay you for your injuries. We can help you. Gary Bell, Brad Pollock, Bell & Pollock, championsofthepeople.com. Give us a call. We'll help you.
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are affecting your life and family, the Raleigh House is here for you. The dedicated team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care for substance use and mental health disorders. We believe recovery is possible. The Raleigh House can help. Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House, 720-797-8717.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus, and every week we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 feral hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? And what does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
The United States and the freedom for which it stands, the freedom for which they died, must endure and prosper.
Memorial Day weekend
It's Memorial Day weekend.
with Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Goodness gracious, have we had a busy day. Kevin Calkin, let me go to my text. We had some service questions. We talked about engine lights. You said it depends on what it is. It could be serious, could be not. I mean, so does it always throw a code, the code reader?
Well, if the light is on, there's a code.
Now, here's what I want to know. Why don't they just build the code into the car? Why do you have to have a reader? Why can't an owner access it and a mechanic? Why do we have to have code readers at all? You don't need them.
You really don't. No, because
it could be right on the dash, and you could go to the error code, and it tells you exactly what to look for. It can self-diagnose.
Yeah, but we don't want people fixing their own stuff. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Plain
want
and
to
simple.
go to they want you
There's
to go
still
to
proprietary things we can't access.
They want you to go to a dealer and then a mechanic. So you have code readers.
Yep.
And exactly, we're out of time. But the code reader, it doesn't tell you exactly what's wrong.
It'll tell you the system and a small direction in the system.
I'm Tom Martino. You're learning a lot. It's car day. You can call about anything. We have another hour to go. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255.
What about the new technology that they're selling? I guess it's not new technology, but you plug it in your DB, what is it called?
Yeah, the port.
And it goes to your phone, and it tells you, and it actually spells out exactly what's wrong with it.
No, it'll tell you the code.
But the new one.
It'll tell you the code and the likely fixes.
Okay.
Same thing AutoZone gives you.
Okay.
You'll get a list of information that it may be very, very accurate. But that's the problem I have with a lot of my taxes. The code is the start. Now you got to use your brain. What caused it? You get into the data. Because we'll go back to freeze frame data. This code's set, and the car was going 42 miles an hour, 50% throttle. You can get all this from a scanner, not a code reader.
Right.
But I know what you're talking about, but it's just enough information to get you in trouble a lot of times. Because AutoZone doesn't fix cars. What does AutoZone do?
No, they're just trying to sell parts.
They sell parts, yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, they're like, it could be this or this if you want to try them. And
yeah, all three. Just get all three of them.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, there's too much, and there's too much overlapping, especially if you have multiple codes.
Right.
If you have an oxygen sensor and a lean code, did the oxygen sensor cause the lean code, or did the lean condition cause the oxygen sensor? I don't know. So what was it doing before this and that? And
right.
So there's a lot of correlation between them that you have to kind of fish through.
Right.
And some of them are very, very direct. You got a misfire cylinder 3, and you buy a new coil, put it on, plug it in, and it goes away, and you fix it.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's rare.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always more than what you think.
Typically. Yeah. And unfortunately, people spend too much money hunting, or poor mechanics that don't know what they're doing spend too much money throwing parts.
Tom, I think
yeah.
the question was,
where the actual diagnosis
you buy a used car.
would have been cheaper to fix, even when you're spending $200 for a
What's the problem?
diagnosis.
I'm most busy eating pizza.
What they spent with the backyard mechanic.
No law against
it.
Well, okay, that's
as long as
yeah, that's true.
Okay, so there's
sometimes it's not, but I mean most of the time.
There's no law against it.
Are you giving us dealers any discount? I know you're 100 miles away from.
Yeah, here and there. I mean, just depends on a lot of things, but because we do.
And she never fucking turned it on.
I don't know what our dealer price is.
The engine light went on.
We do a couple guys on Colfax.
What did it turn out to be?
Like 105 to 110 an hour.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good price, actually.
Yeah.
That's a good price right now.
Yeah, because the retail's 186 or something, so it's...
It all depends on who. Mercedes-Benz are in it, too.
No, he ain't doing that. we steer clear of a lot of European... I have a BMW mechanic. He was BMW trained, so he works on some of the stuff. But, you know, like some of the Land Rover stuff, and even some of the newer Mercedes. One of my customers came in, I couldn't reset his oil light.
Oh, wow.
It's like,
They make him go to the dealer.
yeah, go to the dealer, and they wanted $28 to reset his
reset
oil
it.
light to kind of punish him from going somewhere else. You know?
I'm not sure if he's going to see you again, though.
Well, no. I mean, you know, he's a customer. He's one of our customers, so he's cool. He understood.
Right.
And I just told him, I said, man, I'm not going to charge you for the oil change if they're going to charge you for turning the light out. Just,
that was cool of you, man.
I mean, I'm sure you Google some of that stuff to see if there's a YouTube, and
absolutely.
there's YouTubes on everything.
Yeah. But it's a proprietary Mercedes tool for a 2023 Mercedes, blah, blah, blah.
So could you buy that tool, but it's probably very expensive?
$9,000 plus software.
Right, you're probably not going to get your money out of it.
Well, one customer. Right.
Yep. None of the aftermarket even had the oil filter, so I was ready for them. Had Mercedes send over an oil filter for it because the aftermarket didn't have one yet.
Wow. And how much was the Mercedes one? A lot?
Yeah, $36 or something for the oil filter. Wow. Yeah.
Huh.
It weighed about 4 pounds. I swear, it's like a big metal casing on the end of it.
Really?
What kind of Mercedes was it? Do you remember?
500 series or something.
Okay.
Nice, but I know we sit the bill on that one.
Yeah. Wow.
It holds like 8.5 quarts of 0.40 synthetic. $10 a quart oil. So
Right.
we were in it $100 to start with.
Right.
Just trying to help out a customer.
Yeah. Please come back. We need to make up.
Well, he has other cars.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and he's cool. He just laughed.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what a pain in the ass,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I still don't understand how you guys are getting away with oil changes at 10,000 miles. I still don't see the philosophy. I hear what they're saying. The new oils are better, but you can't get around the dirt. That's the part you cannot get around. So
everybody's looking for any excuse to not have to spend money on their car.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as the internet says it or the commercials say it,
I think some of the manufacturers are saying that. Toyota is
Well, doesn't
saying it.
Mercedes and BMW, don't they monitor your driving, and the light comes on and says it's time to change your oil?
Yeah, because you don't have a dipstick. You can't check your own oil.
Right, so it just based on your driving, it could be
scanner
15,000
into the car
miles.
to check the oil level.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's got a a level sensor in the
oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to check, like condition of oil, you can't even do that. Like pull the dipstick and
Right.
Like,
You can't do
change
that
this
anymore.
or something. You can't
So
even
if you're
look
from the old school and like to do it every 5,000 miles, you just do it. But if you wait till they tell you, it could be 15,000.
Well, yeah, because they don't want you to keep the car for 200,000 miles.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole premise. It's, and it is the dirt and the sludge that build up. It's not the wear and tear. The sludge starts filling in, and then you start losing, oil pressures. And
Right.
You can't, You tear open some of these motors, and I mean, it's just, you scoop it out of there, and you can never clean that out.
Right.
Not without disassembling the motor.
And mentally, it's hard to go too long with it. I mean, I just do it every 5,000 no matter what. Because mentally, that's what.
I just don't see the advantage to push it.
Right. You can't change it too often, but you can definitely not change it often enough.
Is there any oil additives that you believe in?
Oh yeah, the MOA.
Isn't BG the
BG
Shiznitz guys?
BG MOA.
Okay.
Yeah. They got silly names. Motor oil additive MOA. Yeah.
There's just okay.
But yeah, the demos they would do for those things is crazy.
Okay.
They have a bearing press, and you can press down, and it's got a little oil bath, and just 1030 synthetic. You can push down, and you can lock up the bearing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put 2 drops of the MOA in there. You can't even slow it down.
Really?
And then they spin it back to where it locked up, and it polishes off all the rough edges. Yeah, it's cool stuff.
Really?
It's really, really cool stuff.
Okay. Maybe there is something to that, huh?
You can get it in most Napas and different
Dollars. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Man, an eclectic variety of calls on all kinds of topics. Now our lines are open for the first time today. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. And I think having Car Day, having Bob in was a great addition. Bob Perry is a leasing expert without the hype. And man, he just has straight talk here. And I want to go over for people listening the basic reasons people lease. But I want to go over the parts of the lease. You have cap cost. Bob, let's talk about the cap cost. Top line is cap cost. What is that?
So that's basically the selling price of the vehicle, and all funding sources, leasing companies have what they call an acquisition fee to manage the lease over the term. So it'd be the selling price plus the acquisition fee.
Yeah, it's for doing the deal. Now, with the acquisition cost and the capitalized cost, that's what they bought it for. That price should pretty be close to market of what you can buy it for if you went out to buy a car, right? You don't want to pay.
Same, yes.
You don't want to pay substantially more.
No, you shouldn't.
Right. And the mistake a lot of people make is because the payments turn out to be lower, sometimes the acquisition turns out to be higher. So, because if people compare monthly payments, you're going to be, if you did a great lease and a great purchase, there would still be a big disparity in payment. The lease would be much lower than buying because you're only paying for the part of the car you're going to use. So because of that, some unethical leasers, in my opinion, or leaseors or salespeople, they will pack that payment. They will get you to buy more than you need. And you're still comparing it to buying, so you're thinking, well, it's still lower than buying. But you sometimes take all the benefits, I believe, out of a lease by packing it. Now, you have the capital cost acquisition fee. Then you have subtractions from that.
Yes.
What would you subtract from that?
Any incentives that the manufacturer's offering would be a cap reduction. Any cash that the customer wants to put down themselves, cap reduction. If you trade in an owned vehicle that has equity, you can use that as a cap reduction. So any of that would reduce the cap cost to an adjusted cap. So that would be after all the deductions.
Now you have an adjusted cap, and they don't simply divide that up and with interest. Why do they not call it an interest rate? Why do they call it a money factor?
Well, because you have to relate it to the cost of money. So if you used an interest rate, it'd be like buying the car because you're paying 7% of what number, because the lender is out of pocket the full amount until the end of the lease, and you either give them the car back or you buy it. So they're out of pocket the full amount until the lease is up. So they use a money factor so that it equates to an interest rate. But if they charged you the same as an interest rate, you'd be buying it. So it's just based on what they have to carry.
So the money factor is based on the entire cost of the vehicle? Kind of.
Yeah, it is, yes. But
tell me in a 3-year lease, okay? In a normal, and there's no normal, but you know what I mean. In a typical 3-year lease with moderate mileage and all that, what would the money factor add up to be?
You mean into an equivalent interest rate, or?
Yeah, kind of.
About the same as what it would cost to borrow the money.
But you're not borrowing it on just what you're using. You're borrowing you're paying it on the whole amount.
Correct, because they're out of pocket the whole amount. But
I get it.
The biggest part of your payment is depreciation. So from where your adjusted cap to the residual value is your depreciation, and that's the biggest part of your lease payment is depreciation. So cars, if you had, like we talked about earlier, a Tacoma, if you had another car that was an equal MSRP to the Tacoma and didn't have as good a resale, no incentives or anything, the car with the lower residual would have a much higher payment.
Of course.
So,
okay, I want to go to the phones here about something else. Forrest wants to comment on that Adams County thing. And I'm going to say this in just really a couple sentences. A stolen truck was found. The guy had pictures of his truck. He knew it was his truck. Adams County ran the number, said it wasn't stolen. Brighton police showed up too. They let the guy go. The guy had been smoking dope in his truck. and by the way, we're positive it is the stolen truck, but because they ran the VIN that was in the windshield, they didn't look anywhere else, even though this guy had 40 pictures of that car when he owned it. They didn't look anywhere else. They let him go. What is your comment, Forrest?
I had a trailer stolen out of Lakewood a little over a year ago, and I put a posting up on, one of the websites for stolen vehicles, and it offered a reward. And the guy sent me a picture of what he could see of the trailer, and it had hail on it and a broken marker light, and it was exactly, I knew that was it, 90% sure. So I go and I'm sneaking in. He's letting me sneak in his backyard and the neighbors to peek over to make sure it is it. And I say, it's it. I know it is.
Wow.
And so I go and I call Adams County Sheriff, and I'm standing, right near the property, and they said, well, can you come down to our headquarters? So it's only 2-3 blocks from Adams County Sheriff headquarters.
Yeah.
And so there's 3 or 4 officers meeting me outside, and they start telling me, well, that's a code 50 property. We can't go in there.
What does code 50 mean?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out. I asked them, and I don't know what that means. But I said, if you're not going in there, I'm going in there. That's my trailer. Yeah.
Did you ever go in there?
Oh, yeah. Then they're him on. Then they finally go in, and they do the VIN, and there's a truck hooked up to it, and oh no, the VIN, it's not.
Did you ever get your trailer, bro?
Yeah, I finally got it. So they opened it up, and inside was a Harley Davidson that was stolen, that they could prove was stolen. So they decided to take the whole thing to their storage lot, and 4 days later, they decided to go. Well, this is yours, and we need you to meet down there.
Did they listen? Let me ask you something. Did they do an arrest of any kind?
It's a weird property. There's a bunch. There's 8 people that they had.
So they never made an arrest.
Not that I definitely heard.
All right. Well, I'm telling you, man, it doesn't surprise me. My God, are we? What have we done? What have we done with our new attitudes about crime? And I don't know. God, I never thought we'd get to a point where crime is acceptable. Mark, what's happening? Mark?
Yes, Tom.
What's happening?
Well, you had said you wanted to talk to somebody who was an EV owner.
Yes. What do you own?
I own 2 Tesla Model Ys, and have had 3 of them over the years since 2020.
Do you absolutely? Let me ask you something. Do you absolutely love it or not?
Yes. The cars are fantastic. I can give you the good and the bad about the experience over the 4 years.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Yeah, I'd like to know the bad first. What are some of the bad things about owning those?
There's nothing bad about owning them. It's about buying them. And since Tesla has played around with their pricing, let's just say that the cars are great, but the way Tesla markets them, we had one where the reason we've had 3 is we had one that was fantastic, and we bought that when they were fairly expensive. Then when the credit started coming in, there was a credit for Colorado and also a credit for the feds. We decided that we could literally sell the one we had and buy a new one, and it was almost a wash. So we did that, and we were going to do that, and then when my wife said, I want an EV also, we ended up keeping the one we were going to get rid of. So we ended up with 2. Then when Colorado came out with, on that one, the credit was $7,500 when we ordered the car. And this wasn't the fault of the salesman. He was saying what he thought was correct. But then when the passage of the legislation, you had to pick them up before January of, I think it was 2023. So we said, forget the order. And then Tesla came back and said they would give us the $7,500, which was fine. So we did take the car, but then a week later they dropped their prices $13,000, and they knew that was coming.
Golly,
So.
But the car themselves, you love.
Yes, and you were worried about range. Let's talk range. We have a house in Highlands Ranch, and also a home in Glenwood Springs, and we go back and forth at least once a month, maybe more. Not a problem. It doesn't matter if it's cold, if it's hot, you're going up the hills and stuff. I use approximately 70% of the battery doing that. And it doesn't seem to make much difference whether I'm doing it in the winter or the summer.
Now, that's 70% for each way?
No, 75% round.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You can do that on one charge from home.
No, 70% one way.
Oh, 70%. Well, okay.
70 miles, and I'm using 70%. The car is rated for about 315 miles.
Do you ever really get 315?
No. I kept careful track. I think I get around 275 in the mile.
Why do they? Tell me why there's a discrepancy from the range to what people actually get.
There's a couple reasons. One, first of all, the car manufacturers don't rate their own cars. The feds do. So that's how I understand it. And I could be wrong, but that's what I had heard, that they don't rate them themselves. But it has to do with going up hills. Am I using air conditioning? Do I have a heavy foot?
Right.
Now, if I'm driving 55 miles an hour in California on flat ground, maybe I would get close to what the maximum range is.
Okay.
But what is I always, wherever I'm going, I leave myself at least 10%.
Okay. Now, have you noticed savings operating an EV?
Oh, absolutely. We've had three vehicles. We've had one since 2020 and another one since for another year and a half. I have not spent anything on maintenance. Well, other than I think I bought a filter for you. They have a filter that you replace for the
cockpit
heating, cooling.
Yeah. Well,
But
thank
other
you,
than that-
Mark. I really appreciate that. Now, if you had, hold on. I want to highlight the benefits, but Jim has a code. We'll look up P2263. We'll come back with that, Jim, and more right after this.
The Tree Farms.
He's biased.
Huh?
He's biased.
Of course he is.
He lost 70%.
Jesus Christ, did he lose a lot of money?
And that's the problem. They don't care about the current owners. All they want to do is keep selling
That's
them.
the thing that pisses me off, the pricing.
And it should.
Yeah.
I was
And they
looking
don't
at a
take them
Model X Plaid, 107,000 decked out, but that son of a bitch could go down to 70.
Absolutely.
Okay, you know what? Genesis Total Exteriors is the place to go if you want exterior work done in your home of any kind, from the roofing, gutters, soffits, fascia, siding, including stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, and more. And they do it all so you can get your insurance done if you have damages all on one invoice. I love Genesis for other reasons, too. They got into the mold removal and mitigation business and detection business. You can trust them. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Euro Plumbing. You want to talk steals on water heaters? You don't get lower. You don't. Then $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank fully installed, the old one taken away, or $15.99 for a 50-gallon tank. By now, you know EuroPlumbingColorado.net means savings. Yeah, put them to the test. They want to be put to the test. For anything plumbing, they say lower prices, great quality. 303-668-6844. And Made in the Shade. You want to talk about window coverings? Made in the Shade is a very simple proposition. Here's what they'll do. They will come out, look at your house, measure it with a laser, have a designer out there free of charge, go over the entire package. You pick what you want, and then you pick the level of technology and all of it. Then if you order it, they deliver it, they install it, all one fell swoop. You will love dealing with one company for all of it. Made in the Shade, guaranteeing everything, material and labor, 720-458-6566, denvershades.co. All right. You know what? Jordan Cano, I've known for many, many years, along with his dad, Joseph Cano. Joseph is a first certified financial planner. One of the things they really love doing is taking people away from losses and putting them into retirement instruments that are literally guaranteed in writing and secure. So let's talk about that. Jordan, what about people, let's say, who maybe had a loss? They can make up for it possibly with a bonus?
That's correct. You're absolutely right. There's bonuses with companies. We have access to 50 different companies that fit for anybody's needs, whether they're near retirement, in retirement, or still building wealth. And with these companies, there's ones that are offering 15% today that are giving you benefits like long-term care protection built in, like death benefits. But the key thing is replacing those negative returns that you've seen in 401ks or any investments and turn them into zeros. Think of the power of this, Tom. If you've lost any money over the years and you were just to take any of those negatives over a chart and put a zero on them instead of a loss, think of the amount of money your money would be ahead. It's insane. It really is a tremendous amount of money. And this is what we do is we turn those negatives, and in the future, you're getting zeros. If it's ever a loss in the market, you never go down, but you only go up and sideways, just like a stairway effect on a graph.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. You ratchet up. And to find out more about this, they'd be happy to talk to you. And you can go to the website or give them a call directly right now, 303-779-6600. As we said, guaranteed in writing, mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600. Read more about it. It's a true deal. mymoneymyway.com. I love these. I just love the idea of EVs because of the clean. Just so many less systems to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the pricing right now. It's all over the board, and it scares me. I mean, it really does. Like the Cybertruck, we don't know what's going to happen with that.
So don't buy it.
No, I want to buy one. I'm going to buy. My next car will be one. I'm not going to get another gas car. I'm not going to. Just not.
You're done, huh?
Yeah, because look, even on this Beamer, I just have, it's brand fucking new, and you still have maintenance every time, even though it's under warranty. They're always, every single, our Mercedes, Stephanie's car's in the shop more than mine even. She's got a Mercedes, I got a Beamer, and they're the top of the line motherfuckers. We're always having issues. Why is that?
You know what that's called? First world problems.
I was getting a lady who wanted a Hornet, and that's getting 78 miles. That new one from Dodge.
It's a plug-in hybrid,
right?
Plug-in hybrid, but it gets 78 miles to the gallon.
I don't want a hybrid. God damn it!
You don't like that.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Mark's got a comment on EVs. What's going on, Mark?
Well, you would want to know about having the fear of running out of charge. And I guess
that's one thing Rodney said. He said or somebody said they want the comfort of not worrying about it, because we know that no matter how low we run on gas, we're going to find a gas station. And
that is true.
But what about, go ahead, Mark, tell me about it.
Okay. Last year, we took a trip from Highlands Ranch to Los Angeles.
Oh.
Back in.
Good, okay.
Okay, and had absolutely zero problem keeping a charge on the car. Now, I can't speak for other manufacturers because, Tesla has proprietary charging stations, which were, as long as you're on an interstate, you're never going to have a problem. Now, they are starting to open that up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ford in another year is going to start using the Tesla plug.
Now, hold on a sec. I want to ask you something. Mark said when he was been on a long trip that it will tell you where to go and when to go, and they make it so you're not charging full tilt every time. You just go and they try to mimic a fuel stop.
That is correct. The cars you can obviously charge them to 100%. It's suggested that especially for everyday driving when you're at the house, and most people that are going to have one of these are going to install a charger, but they suggest going to 80%. We usually on the road we're higher than that.
But when you're on the road, they tell you when to stop, even though you're not near down. But they have certain. They try to keep those stops. 10 minutes?
No, I would say your stop, and it's usually at a place like a gas station, right next door. So there's always a bathroom, and there's, the same facility you'd have at a gas station. And I'd say that I didn't find myself that we were doing a 10-minute. It was usually about a 20-minute stop.
Okay.
And it wasn't. It really didn't feel much different than when I drove a gas-powered car to California. It was about the same amount of stopping.
Now, here's what I want to know, though.
A little longer, maybe a little longer to charge it. Now, the nice thing is, not speaking of trips, but for every day, it's just fantastic driving. We drive into the garage, and I plug in and never have to go to a gas station. So that
now,
is really.
What about like finding chargers crowded? Did you ever do that?
Never. I never drove into a charging station where there weren't a charger.
As more and more cars get on the road, that's going to change. I mean, when you think about the massive amounts of chargers they'll need, I see a time when I think the vehicles are going to outnumber the infrastructure.
And that's very well could be. And to be honest, as a Tesla owner, I wasn't real happy when I heard they were going to open it up to other manufacturers, because, of course, that could happen. But, if you have gas stations where you have, a half a dozen pumps and they're all being used. There was one, usually the charging stations have 8 to 12, at least on the Tesla, chargers. We went to one that I swear had 100. I mean,
wow.
It was a big lot, and they had just charger after charger. One of the things that Tesla did, and the reason they were so successful early on, is they put in the infrastructure for charging these cars before they were selling a lot of them. So their infrastructure is there, and I never was at a Tesla charger that wasn't working. Now, I understand with some of the others, Checkpoint, and there's a few other ones, that a lot of times you'll pull in and they won't be working, and that could be devastating.
Can you use other ones? Do you have adapters to use other ones, or only Tesla?
I can use anybody's.
Okay, thank you, by the way, Mark. I really appreciate all the information. He's an actual EV owner with a long time experience in multiple EVs. All right, 303-713-TALK. What is this, Jim, this code on a 2007 Acura RDX? Did you look it up, Kevin, that code?
Yeah, it's a fairly common code for.
What is it?
It's in the turbo. Something, either the turbo, the wastegate, it could even be a bad air filter. It has to do with the flow of the turbo.
Jim, is that the code you're getting?
Yeah, exactly. A little background, Tom. I inherited this car from my mother when she died. It's only got 114,000 miles on it.
Wow.
It started to throw this code, and I reset it just to see if I could reset it, and it comes back. I do see that there's this little in the VGT wastegate area. There's a part there that can wear out and get elongated, and some people, based on what I've seen on YouTube, have replaced that, and that solved the problem. I hadn't thought about the air filter. I might replace that and see if that helps it.
Yep, any one of those
trying
things.
to figure out.
Well, is there
whether
any
it's
drivability issue or just an error?
just the error code? But
And
I'm
how do you
thinking
know?
I
Is there a light? Because how do you know what the
Yeah.
code is?
It's an idiot light that comes on that says check emissions, and then there's
you have a
something else.
you have a data reader?
Yeah, I've got a code reader, and so I've read it.
Okay, cool. Now,
I'm just go ahead.
I would say that's something where you could drive by. You can eyeball that, right?
No, something like that. You gotta take some components
gonna have to
apart to
take
get
that
to the
apart?
wastegate and get to it.
What do you
yeah.
do for a basic diagnosis like that? Usually,
Easy-
is it shop time?
It,
Based?
it is basically shop time. It's typically an hour to get down to it. You know, you got to pull the intake and the hoses and different things to get to the wastegate and see if there's excessive play or just a blockage of some kind. Or it could be simple. Or it could be very expensive. It's a very generic code for that system.
I'm thinking about trying to sell this because it's a third car for us. I'm not sure. It may pass emissions. I don't know if the emissions. I don't know if the current emissions testing, if they see an idiot light and the gauge set, if they'll fail it or not. I don't know.
I've always felt that as long as you're honest with people, you can sell it with anything.
Yeah, but they're going to want to know what it is.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, tell them it's a turbo code. Might have a problem with the turbo.
But I've got to, and a turbo, it's not worth replacing the turbo. The car's not worth the cost of the turbo. Turbo is like $6,000 or $7,000.
How much is the car worth?
I think about $3,500, $4,000.
I have a crazy question. If you have a car like that and you still want to drive it, if the turbo goes out, can you just drive it as a regular car?
Yeah.
Can you straight pipe where the turbo is or block it, or you leave it?
You just leave it. It'll be underpowered.
But isn't it being oiled?
There could be oil running through, and you could burn a little bit of oil, yes.
Not burn, but also leak?
Not in this. Well, leak, sure, if it springs a leak, yeah.
But there is a way, though, to remove a turbo if you wanted to and bypass it.
You can disconnect linkages and stuff to where the wastegate won't open and close and just basically bypass, yeah. But it's still there. You can't eliminate it completely.
That's always a possibility, Jim.
Is any thoughts as to with it throwing this error code, whether it would fail emissions, or do you think it might pass emissions?
That's hit and miss anymore. I see cars pass that I don't think should, and others do. You almost got to try it.
But if there's a light, doesn't that automatically?
No. I've seen some, depending on the age, I can't keep up with what's what, but some will pass, some won't.
All right, so 303-713-TALK. One Clear Choice Garage Doors I've known for many, many years. They are a dependable company for all garage door issues, openers and doors and every component, and all of their prices are on their website, unlike any other one, oneclearchoicedoors.com. Homevestors is a company I've been doing business with now for years. It's a very simple proposition. You call them and say, what will you pay for my house? And they give you a price, and you say yay or nay. Now, I'm going to tell you, probably 98% of the time you're going to sell your house for more on the open market with a really competent real estate person. But there are so many homes that fall in that other 2% range where there's deferred maintenance. People need to get out of town. They want to check. They don't want to list. They don't want to show. They don't want loan approvals. They don't want anything except a check. So here's what I say. No matter who you are, you never lose by calling these people. No gimmicks, a straight price, and then a check. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER. Now, K&H Home Solutions has windows made here in Colorado. I'm going to tell you why that's important. You're not going to have any gas leak out because of the pressure differentials. You'll have thermally insulated fiberglass frames that are second to none, and they don't warp. Now, here's another thing. You're going to get insulated glass units that use new technology that damn near make it like a solid panel. When you check these windows out, I think you'll love them. You'll also love the oldest home improvement company in all of Colorado. For window siding, doors, and more, K&H has what you're looking for at 303. By the way, first let me give you their website, khwindows.com. 303-421-7100. 303-421-7100. Now, you heard me talk about solar and making money with solar and getting the system paid for through tax credits and grants. They also have redrocksrs.com. They also have residential systems and off-grid systems, small ones for hunting cabins, big ones for big houses. Whatever it is you need, please consult the experts at redrocksrs.com, a great company. And here's the number, 303-704-2449. They can't hear us. Because I don't know where they pick up the audio from.
Vacuum fans just need to get a smaller vibrator.
They are getting behind the scenes. They're getting us in here. Okay. And if I didn't want them to do it, then what? If I had a complaint?
Than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Take advantage of our May floor model sale at all 7 store locations.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You have to check out the new line of flooring that simplyfloorsinc.com has. It's called Proximity Mills. Whether you're looking for luxury vinyl planks, hardwood, carpet, tile, they have it all, including scratch resistant, waterproof. You need to go to simplyfloorsinc.com. They have a showroom up north. They have a showroom south that's brand new. They have in-home shopping. They have color experts to help you choose product. Impeccable service, great pricing. Simplyfloorsinc.com. That's simplyfloorsinc.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are two of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Do you have more than 25 years of mortgage payments left to pay, but you plan on retiring in less than 10 years? Yikes. Sounds like you need to check out the Life Changer loan. Our average client pays off in just 5 years without changing a dime of spending habit. And they get to keep access to their equity in retirement. In fact, Ben Stein calls this loan the greatest invention in personal finance in his lifetime. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4 to honor the men and women who make all of this possible. We'll have some of the most inspiring wartime speeches in history. And women on the left now accusing Jared Polis of being sexist. What took him so long to figure that out? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Vance wants to talk about a vibrating car, and not in a good way, I'm sure.
Get a smaller vibrator.
Yeah, I have some vibrating seats that I really love. I had one that gave me back massages, but you don't want them coming on if you don't have one of those seats. What's going on, Vance?
Well, I had some shimmying going on at 60, 65 miles an hour, and so I took it into Brakes Plus, and it was CVC joints. They showed them to me. They were damaged, and they were leaking.
This is a 16 Scion, right? Who makes Scion? Is Scion? Toyota?
Sold through Toyota.
Yeah, but I think Toyota kind of handled it, you know.
How did they handle it?
Different ones. They sold them at their showrooms.
Oh, okay. No, I meant, okay. So anyway, what happened then?
Well, now it's vibrating about 20 to 25, so it took care of the high speed, but it wasn't doing this before I put those CVC joints in through Brakes Plus. And now there's a little shimmy. You can feel it through the accelerator or even a passenger riding around 20 to 25 miles an hour. Maybe it's a bent rim but, you know, everything's been balanced through discount. All that's been checked out 2 or 3 times, actually. So I don't know if I need to get a set of rims and tires and just try it with new rims and tires.
I think you'd feel the vibration wheels and tires more at a higher speed than lower speed. It sounds more to me like I would look at motor mounts and tranny mounts that they may have taken loose when they did the axles.
Do they do that for underneath the car? They
sometimes you have to loosen stuff up. You have to loosen the control arms, you know, to get the axles out. Yeah. So I would definitely revisit what they had taken apart.
Plus is pretty reliable. I've had really good luck with them in the past.
Well, what have they said about the vibration?
They don't know. They thought it was maybe a bent rim.
No, I don't think
that
it would be.
That would show up in a balance through discount, wouldn't it? When they try to balance it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure you checked the tires.
That's why I'm calling you guys.
I'm sure you checked the tires after you got the CV joints replaced, right?
Make sure they're bolted down. I mean, torqued properly. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, if discount balanced them, they retorqued them, I guarantee. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you never know. You go from Sam's to discount to different places, and you wonder if they torqued them right in the first place. Because that's pretty, you know, if they don't do it on a star pattern, you know, crisscross, you know, they can damage those wheels, I guess. But long story short, it's just vibrating now at a different speed. So I'm going, I don't know what to do at this point, other than trying maybe tires and wheels. But
but that shouldn't have changed. That shouldn't have changed from putting CVs on. So you got to go backwards and see what happened.
Yeah.
That's where everybody gets to try to reinvent things. You got to go backwards.
Yeah, and I did go in there, and
you got to get a second opinion.
The guy that did the work.
Yeah, get a second opinion.
You're right.
Yep.
Who'd you use?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. Where are you located, bro?
Parker Arapahoe, pretty much.
You know what? I always say it's well worth the drive when it comes to this stuff, but now for vibrating though, is that if it's part of the physical drivetrain? Not the drive. What do I'm saying? That the suspension.
Yeah, the suspension of drivetrain. Jeff does a lot of drivetrain with axles.
Over at Kimmer Transmission could look at that too. and that's over at Jordan and Arapahoe, roughly. Is that far from you?
And I've been in there before. You guys recommended them. I took a friend's car in there for that. You're right. Those guys are good. I probably should go in there.
Yeah, either one. And we have others on our
transmission.
Huh? Kimmer transmission, KIMMER.
Maybe the transmission.
What's that?
Short of being the transmission issue, though, you don't think that's an issue?
Oh, no, they do other stuff.
No, he does other work, yeah.
Yeah, for this, if it has to do with, the wheels, the axles, the ball joints, the suspension, the transmission, all of that. I mean, he even does other things, but that's mainly his forte.
Yep.
303-713-8255. We have a comment, though. So, Jay, what is your comment on the vibrating car?
Hey, Tom. The fact that it changed speeds, if it feels the same, here's the problem with CD axles. There's nobody that remanufactures them well.
No.
So if you don't buy factory ones, you're just shooting craps really big time. So if they're brand new, then that's probably not it. But if they're reman, and I bet they are, they're probably still a problem.
Okay, very good observation. Again, as always, man, keep the comments coming. More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Major slowdowns continue up on the north end of town. I-25 northbound approaching 84th. A crash blocking 3 left lanes has gummed up traffic back from I-76. We're seeing a 30-minute delay as traffic barely gets by in the right lane around the scene. It's an otherwise busy drive throughout the Denver Metro. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
It is, yeah.
What's really funny is all the people that make noise are these people that think no one else. It's truly a silent majority.
There absolutely is.
People. Hey, you want to steal a water heater? I'm telling you, it's damn near stealing. I've had plumbers call me, say, Tom, stop running those commercials. There's no way that Euro Plumbing, Colorado.net can do a water heater for $13.99 for 40 gallons, fully installed, taking the old one out and hauling it away. How the hell can he do it? And then what about the 50-gallon for $14.99? How does he do it? Well, he doesn't have to explain to me how he does it. I'm just listening to all the satisfied customers. And until I don't have any more satisfied customers, he can still keep saying it. EuroplumbingColorado.net. You want cheap but good? Maybe cheap's a bad word. Less expensive, whatever you want. The deal. Get the deal. 303-668-6844. Hey, one of the best, and I'm saying this, and I said all the time, one of the best purchases I made at my home, QCColorado.net, or .com, QCColorado.com. Now, QC is quiet, cool, whole house comfort. It's a whole house fan. What it does is it keeps the temps in your house even. That's really what it does. And then it expels it through the attic, through the attic, not in the attic. And also, it has a remote-mounted fan, so that's why it's quiet, cool, And then it has a small grate in the upper ceiling. It also has all remote controls, so no digging into walls to wire. And here's the best part of it all. It saves you a ton of money on air conditioning. And I can tell you firsthand, I have 2 systems. I've gone through 3 or 4 seasons, 4th year now. It's unbelievable. Your house will feel more comfortable. You will love it. In fact, I think it should be mandatory in homes right now because you save so much money. It's so good for you and the environment. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419.
I love that fan. We put one in our house.
Oh, man. I used to turn on in the morning and in the evening. So when I come home, I didn't leave the air on. I used to leave the air on so it would get cool. Stay a little cool. Don't do it anymore. When you get home at night and it's steaming hot, you turn that fan on. 10 minutes later, your air conditioner hardly works. But I do something different now. I leave it on low speed all the time. To me, that worked the best. It always keeps everything even. And then I leave the air on a reasonable, and that's it.
Yeah, no, it is pretty cool.
You do not ever.
When you
ever,
smoke out your kitchen, it really clears it fast too.
everything. Now, here's what's important, though. You got to have enough windows open at the lower levels.
Yes.
Or you're going to get drains. Your drains in your house are going to empty.
It's
and
funny how that
evaporate,
works.
And
yeah.
you're going to get smells.
You get smell. Yeah.
Do you get?
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, but that is true.
You'll get smells, man.
But that's what I like to do is first thing in the morning, get up. And even if you have a screen door, the door open with the screen door, just turn it on. It's amazing how quick it can change the air in the house. Because you can drop, 5-10 degrees in 2 minutes. I mean, it's, if it's really cool.
Oh, and you don't even hear it.
No.
The only thing I don't like about it, I wish they would have a way to program it.
Wi-Fi and the whole bit.
You either have to turn it on or off. I mean, now you can
set
turn
a
it on
timer.
for a few hours at a time, but I wish it had a clock on it, so every day at this time it comes on.
3 o'clock it comes on, 2 hours before you get home or something. Yeah.
And they don't have a cell phone app either.
Nope.
Yeah,
my garage door does. Why can't?
Put in the cord that would do that between the plug and the device.
Well, no, because just adding power to it doesn't turn it on.
Yeah, it doesn't really control it.
It's controlled
because you got multi-speeds and you got
controlled
timers.
by remote control.
Right.
There is no wire. It's remote control. There is no hard wire.
Oh, there is no hard wire. Okay.
No.
And the reason they do that is so they can retrofit a house without opening the wall.
Mm-hmm. But it seems like it wouldn't be that big a leap to go with a Wi-Fi type thing.
Is the smell coming from outside? You guys are saying, or is it just taking the smells from the kitchen and
no? If you don't open the windows up, it'll actually the drain.
The
drain.
Yeah, the P trap. And then you start getting sewer smells. I got that. I said, what the frick is going on?
Yeah.
And I didn't have enough window open. Plus, then you got to refill your drains even when you do open your windows, because once they're, because in my
it
house,
evaporates.
I have
what
some
it is.
events.
Yeah.
I don't use my house, so that's the disadvantage. I swear to God, for the number of square feet we use, we could have a motorhome. We use the kitchen and bedroom.
Yeah.
Because it's an eat-in kitchen. In the bedroom, watch TV, we have a sitting area. I don't use the house. In fact, truly, if people got the square footage they use.
Yeah.
For sure.
It really is remarkable how little you need.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it's a monument to yourself.
It is.
I only use 3 rooms.
I know.
I use my loft a lot because that's where we have the poker table.
With the Rockies after their swing through California, and Rick Crandall of the Colorado Freedom Memorial previews this weekend's local events to honor the fallen. It all starts at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, we learned about leases. When should you not lease? Rodney, you can weigh in on this too. JFR Cars, he brought in his buddy Bob. Bob is over there too. And what percentage of people lease, do you think? Just gut from what your customer base.
I mean, mostly new cars, I would say 40 to 50%.
So about half of the people lease. Mm-hmm. I don't see a downside to a lease, but there must be people who should not lease. And I'll tell you, let me take a stab. If you're not going to live by the miles and not keep it, if you're going to turn it in early, I don't think it ever pays to turn a lease in early, ever. So if you're not going to live to the terms and conditions, don't lease. Would that be good advice or not?
I think you're hit it right on the head.
Bob, are there other people that should not? Well, what do you think? Leasing?
Well, I mean, miles are a big part of leasing, but they're also a big part of driving a car. So if you drive a lot of miles, cars depreciate more. But if you drive, too many to write into a lease, you probably shouldn't lease. But most leases will allow you, say, up to 100,000 miles on the
don't
on the car.
Then you kind of defeat the purpose of that lease, don't you?
Well, I mean, again, miles depreciate cars. So if you own that car, you're going to lose a lot of money on it just by driving it.
Okay, so you're saying you'll lose it no matter what, whether you drive or lease.
Correct. And so, again, leases have an end to them. So, it's hard to sell a high mileage car. And if you have a car that maybe isn't a real strong car in the market, you have an end on a lease. You can turn it in.
Can you explain the difference? Because I get confused. An open end and a closed end.
Absolutely.
What's the difference?
So an open-end lease is really for commercial use. So, it's business use.
What does it mean, open-end?
So the lessee is responsible for the residual value, because let's just say you have a construction company and you're leasing trucks. What's average wear and tear in your mind versus the lender's mind?
So what does that mean? At the end, you negotiate it?
No, you're just responsible for it. So usually a residual is more conservative on an open-end lease because of wear and tear, and so the lessee's responsible. So if you turned in a vehicle that had an open-end lease, you're still responsible for it. So the bank or the lender will get 3 bids on it, and if it's worth less than residual value, you make up the difference.
It's not totally subjective. It's based on 3 bids.
Correct.
If it's closed-end.
So closed-end is what most consumer leases are. So you have a fixed purchase option, and you also have terms and conditions, so you're not responsible for the residual.
And the only thing that can penalize you is maybe
excess miles, excess wear and tear.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Tom Martino. We're out of time. Don't forget SheridanAutotech.com, JFRCars.com, and call 303-MARTINO 24/7 for help, information, and referrals. And remember, save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. A travel crunch this Memorial Day holiday weekend. 3.5 million travelers are flying, the most in almost 20 years, and some 44 million travelers are driving 50 miles or more.
We left early, and our event is tomorrow. So hopefully, God willing, creek don't rise. We'll be there in plenty of time, hopefully.
God willing, that's driver Willis Tenney in Miami, hitting some delays on the Florida Turnpike, but is otherwise well on her way. Across the country, a developing story impacting many on this getaway day. A standoff with a suspect stopped on the 91 freeway in Anaheim, California this hour. Local news reports say the suspect may be dead. And college basketball players may soon be paid to play. There's a tentative revenue sharing agreement on the table between the NCAA and its 5 largest athletic conferences. The deal will allow student athletes to earn money directly from the NCAA for the first time ever. Approval from a federal judge is pending. This is ABC News. Norfolk Southern has agreed to pay $310 million to settle claims from that toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, last year. Chemicals caught fire and burned for days, forcing hundreds from their homes. If the settlement is approved, the company will pay for community health services and environmental monitors. It says costs from the derailment now total around $2 billion. The little dog, whose face launched one of the most popular memes ever and became a symbol for one type of cryptocurrency, has died.
It was the side-eye from a Shiba Inu named Kobosu that launched what would become the meme of the year in 2013. The much wow face also inspired the cryptocurrency Dogecoin, launching Kobosu to celebrity status online. She had 500,000 followers, and her birthday on November 2nd was celebrated by many of them. Kobosu's owner, Atsuko Sato, said on social media that Kobosu died without suffering while she was petting her at age 18. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Colorado is one of the most popular travel destinations for Memorial Day. Denver has the second highest demand for rental cars this weekend and ranks 6th in the nation when combined with hotel bookings and flights. The U.S. Department of Justice has reached a settlement with the Cherry Creek School District. The settlement stems from a lawsuit that was filed alleging that the district failed to communicate properly with parents who don't speak English well. The school district has agreed to engage more with the parents and will work to improve communication about topics like enrollment and disciplinary action for students. It will be a nice Memorial Day weekend along the Front Range with some rain possible.
We're going to be in the low 70s today, starting off with sunshine, then more clouds by later on this afternoon. Small chance for storms later on this afternoon and this evening. Better chance coming in for Saturday and Sunday. But even then, temperatures are going to be in the mid-70s. And while we'll see more clouds, storms are going to be few and far between. Then dry and sunny for Memorial Day.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Major slowdowns continue up on the north end of town. I-25 northbound approaching 84th. A crash blocking 3 left lanes has gummed up traffic back from I-76. We're seeing a 30-minute delay as traffic barely gets by in the right lane around the scene. It's an otherwise busy drive throughout the Denver Metro. Nothing too out of the ordinary for the 1 o'clock hour. For folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, you're going to see speeds in the 30s and 40s from Havana to Pena. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 70 today, overnight low of 49. Scattered thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon with a high of 75. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2024.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.